8 racing days left. That's it. Another good crowd on hand. What else is new? This Oaklawn fan base, they bring the energy, they bring the noise. No pun intended, but a gelding named Rowdy Riot is the favorite in the Friday feature. And his jockey, a big meat, Rafael Bejarano, third in the Oaklawn standings, just 4 wins behind the current leader. And tomorrow, one of Oaklawn's signature races, the $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap. Skippy's back. Skippy Longstocking, last year's winner, ready for a title defense. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Look at that shot. Gorgeous, pristine afternoon in Hot Springs. Temperature in the low 80s. You just missed a thrilling third race. We'll recap. Picture perfect conditions for another exciting afternoon of thoroughbred racing. From the infield, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. As expected, the last few weekends at Oaklawn every season really do deliver. Going back to Sandman's breakout performance in the Arkansas Derby. Last Saturday, the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna doing Torpedo Anna things, a stirring victory in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. So what will we see this weekend? Of course, our attention will be on the Oaklawn Handicap, the most important race for older horses here at Oaklawn, and we'll get to it very shortly. But first, the Friday feature, today's main event, race number 9 in allowance condition here. There's the field, 6 furlongs, $130,000 purse. Number 1, Rowdy Riot, 5-2, morning line favorite. As I'm joined by a champion jockey, Richie Migliori, everyone on the edge of their seat to hear about our hike on Monday. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the broadcast, Richie. But today's feature, aside from the race itself, aside from this big purse they're all running for, what's a subplot, a story you're most interesting in following in today's 9th race?
Well, I just think every race now has become so important in this jockey race. You know, we got 4 guys in a position to do it. Obviously, Christian Torres leading the way with 53. Francisco Arrieta, 51. Bejarano's crept into the picture. He's had steady, good business all meet at 49. And then Tyler Bacon is not going away with 46, even after losing his apprentice allowance. And the top 4 have put a lot of separation.
Torres, Arrieta, sharing the same agent. Everything turned around for Arrieta upon retaining the new agent.
Well, you know what? It's really helpful when you have an agent that has a rider that's in demand, because you can play off of his second calls. And then once you're rolling, you can play off each other. So it gives the agent, Cody Autry, in this respect, the ability to go to a trainer and say, well, listen, I'm tied up with Christian there, but I can give you Francisco, and vice versa. So to have the 2 leading riders gives you a lot of power, a lot of leverage with trainers.
Yeah, very good place to be in for Cody Autry. You love to see it, this fight to the finish for a riding title here at Oaklawn Park. Very breezy here, very windy at Oaklawn Park as we take a look at the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Oaklawn Handicap, $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap, Grade 2 mile and an 1/8. Numbers 3, 4, and 5. First mission, the favorite. Skippy Longstocking, defending champ, trained by Saffie Joseph. Alexander Helios, trained by Saffie Joseph. The Joseph Stable, where you'll find Acacia Clement and Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with my good friend Skippy Longstocking. This is deja vu. Last year, before the Oaklawn Handicap, Skippy and I got really well acquainted. He gave me some love nips, and he's right back at it for a hopeful repeat in this year's Oaklawn Handicap, winning and coming off of his 3rd challenger 3 years in a row. And Skippy, he's a really cool throwback horse, costing only $37,000 as a 2-year-old. He has earned over $3.4 million now. And every time he comes to the races, bringing his lunch pail, ready to show up and do work and also bite me. But Saffie Joseph, he has a good backup plan in line, as very close to Skippy Longstockings is his stablemate, Alexander Helios. And I gotta say, as we welcome Acacia Clement into the program, Acacia, this is one of my horse crushes.
Yeah, watch your fingers there, though, Maggie. Alexander Helios, he has a very cute and very deceptive pink nose as we're standing by his stall. He's kind of the opposite of his stablemate, Skippy Longstocking, in that he is the up-and-comer of Safi Joseph's duo in this year's Oaklawn Handicap. He won last time out here at Oaklawn, and now coming into this race on a 2-race win streak, finally picking up his first graded stakes win last time out. He's a little bit of the now horse, as he agrees with that statement. He was regally bred, though, the half-brother to Preakness winner Rombauer. They always knew that he had some ability. So far, he's been showing it, and it seems like he certainly has the demeanor of one that is ready to roll for the big one tomorrow, Lafitte.
Agreeable, Alexander Helios, and at this point, Skippy, who just pretty much like attacks Maggie on sight, but maybe a good sign. That's exactly what he did last year before he won his first Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrific addition of the Oaklawn Park Handicap. 8-horse field. You've got 4 horses that have earned over $1 million, led by Skippy Longstocking with $3.4 million. So he's looking to add to his bank account. And I just think is good speed. There's good closers. This is a super addition.
Exciting Oaklawn Handicap. It's surprising. Skippy Longstocking trying to become just like the 3rd ever 2-time winner of the Oaklawn Handicap. All the history, all the tradition. We'll dive into the numbers a little bit later on in the broadcast. All this great racing today and beyond, and we invite you to play with us. The Kentucky Derby's approaching, and your winning opportunity is here. Join Naira Bets now to receive a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Derby picks count. Enter promo code DERBY25. Experience the thrill of betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com now, where your next big win could be just a click away. Live racing, moments away. Today's racing, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Very soon, a late pick 5 Aqueduct. Our crew standing by here at Oaklawn. You'll see races 4 through 10. Late pick 5 starts in the 6th race. To our friends in New York, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling on set at Aqueduct. Guys, lots going on this afternoon. That late pick 5 coming up, plus the Sanford winner running this afternoon.
Yeah, we got a lot to look forward to here in New York. And if you're a Naira Bets member, play this late pick 5. There's a $25 hit and split bonus as well. Got to opt in for that at Naira Bets. Good to see you with the sun shining behind us.
Who's the Sanford winner?
I don't know.
I'm completely at a loss.
I am too.
I have no idea. I don't really pay much attention to Lafitte anyway. It's great to be here. Beautiful day. Looking forward to talking about the races. Thought our 7th race was a very, very interesting race.
Yeah, that's a very good one. We'll get to that one coming up in just a little bit. We're going to start with race 4 here, 11 minutes from the start.
This is race
7th. There we go. Miss Justify, I did not think had to win this race by any stretch, but last seen, 2 starts back in the Alabama running for it.
Well, distance is a bit of a question, right? Miss Justify's best races have come going longer. Not to say she can't win going shorter. Morning Matcha has done well going longer, can actually run well going shorter. Horse in the rail looks like the speed. Miss Justify has some good efforts, including her win last time out. I just like saying this, the Seneca Overnight. I don't know why. Okay. Seneca was a mile and 5/8 turf race in Saratoga for many years.
Obviously very good, but better going longer? What do you think?
Well, probably, and I think it's a starting point for Todd Pletcher. But the truth is that when good horses come back, they're usually fine going the short distances. Now, she doesn't have some sort of gigantic speed figure edge over other horses, but she is a talented horse. I think the real question with her is how does she do today, and can it set her up to maybe improve and run some good races this year as a 4-year-old?
Competitive feature coming up. We'll get to that part of this late pick 5 that begins in the next race. Lafitte probably said this. We couldn't hear it, but yeah, tomorrow, Moplex.
Oh, Moplex.
That Sanford winner is going to be in action in the Bayshore. We probably missed that. We'll see how he does. Obviously very talented early on, was extremely precocious for Jeremiah Engelhardt, won the first 3 starts of his career, including the funny side after the Sanford. Start number 2 of his 3-year-old campaign coming up in the Bayshore on Saturday. We'll have a preview when we come back. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 Friday coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Not the Staten Island Ferry. I have not been on that boat.
The Staten Island Ferry, the East River. Oh, the city, the what do they call it? Circle Line. It's great. You should go bring the kids one day.
I will.
It's really fun. It goes around Manhattan.
It's tremendous.
Yeah, it's the best.
Mama's got a gun. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, Andy, you're all over the place.
She was the last time was the time horse, but she ran extremely well last time with trouble to start. She duplicates that up with a fair trip. She's an overlay at 7-2.
Long shot. Racing Colors has Jose Gomez aboard.
Well, she's Andy off. I've picked her a couple times, so maybe you want to jump on like Santa got it today.
P. Mutter Pickle. Phil Antonacci, Manny Franco.
Get back that race 2 back, she can win. She ran against a better field last time.
I thought the one to beat. She's co-favorite right now. Call her bluff. First off to claim Linda Rice.
I didn't love this horse unless Linda can improve the source of claim.
6-1.
You thought she should be shorter or longer?
That is generous. She's 2-1 morning line. I thought she was a major contender. It's a big number. Miss Lau, blinkers go on. Dennis Lallman barn.
I'm betting on Miss Lau in here. She has form off the claim from Dennis, good enough to win before tailing off. I think she's very interesting at a big price.
And very good barn, claiming off a very good barn. Dutch Road Jr. claiming off of Jamie Ness, Brown Sugar Babe.
She has had some trips in her races and been at the wrong distance, so I can understand the case for her. She's not a 9-5 shot, but she's not impossible.
As mentioned earlier, get involved in the Pick 5 that begins in this race here. Coming up, you have 5 minutes to do so and get some extra cash if you hit. $2,500 hit and split for this late Pick 5 here at Aqueduct. Don't forget to opt in in your Naira Bets account. And everyone who hits this Pick 5 will split that pot. So good luck to everybody going after it this afternoon as we are 4 minutes away from the start of the sequence here in this one-turn mile. As we go back to Mama's Got a Gun, now let's go back to the beginning, last time out, March 23rd.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the start. She gets steadied back in there and sort of taken back. That wasn't dramatic for a closer, but it certainly didn't help her chances. And this was not exactly a race that was just falling apart. She ends up, as we roll it along, picking just sort of rolling by the field with a big outside trip. She did not have the right trip in this race, and she still won and won quite easily. On the other hand, she beat a softer field at almost 7-1 last time. Now you'll be lucky to get half of that in today's race, and it's a tougher field. But it is a better effort look. She's lightly raced, and she's the kind of horse that had upside, and maybe she keeps improving for Linda Rice. I think she's a big-time player here.
Third start off the bench today off about a 7-month layoff. Obviously a big move forward in this performance. Was there anything, I mean, that was by far the best figure she's ever earned in her career to make you think that we shouldn't trust how quick she ran that day?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I actually think she ran a lot better than the figure. That was a very strong effort by her. Now, to be fair, I kind of liked her in that race, so I wasn't surprised. I thought she's a horse that had shown a little promise the year before. She had been on some wet track. She was second off a layoff, and she had a right to improve further. But can she improve a bit further in a race like this? And do you want to bet at a much shorter price? I don't. I want to bet on Miss Lau in here, but I think that Mama's Got a Gun is dangerous.
This one dangerous too. Pea Mutter Pickle. Good luck, Chris Griffin. Manny Franco back aboard. He was aboard for a win in this race January 12th. She won easily here.
She was impressive, and she ran a figure that would make her very, very tough in here. Last time out, I didn't think she had a bad trip. Just kind of taken back a bit in that race and wasn't that quick a pace and ended up in the middle of the racetrack. But Cali Magic and Dolomite, they're probably better than the horses she's facing today. So I don't want to criticize her. She's a player in this race. She's 2-1. I mean, all these horses taking money are logical. I think the 6 Brown Sugar Babe is a little interesting, but I'm not sure what makes her the favorite in this race.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that as well. 2 minutes of post here to start this late pick 5. Let's head downstairs. Check in for the first time on the program today with Sarah El-Badwi.
Thanks, Greg. And Pea Mutter Pickle, of course, is one of the ones in this compact and competitive group. And I agree, she's really handled the stretch out and distance very well, running that big effort that we took a look back at and getting the victory with a 79 Beyer speed figure a couple of starts ago, and then still running okay last time against what was a decent field. And Dolomite, the horse that finished second in that race, did come back to win, improving slightly to a career best effort for her. She's a tactical type. I think that she can really adapt to however the race is unfolding in front of her. She's shown good sprint speed in the past, but by no means needs to be up and on the pace. So she's one that can adapt to whatever is happening in terms of whoever may want to show some speed. And I think that that is likely the number 5, Miss Lau. No problems with her whatsoever, and she's a major player in here for sure. As we'll go towards the outside with the number 6, Brown Sugar Babe, first off the claim, leaving the Jamie Ness barn for Rick Dutrow. Taking a lot of money, as the set touched on, and she does have some excuses for her last couple of starts where she did break through the gate prior to the last race. She's never been in the money on a wet track, which is what she faced 2 starts ago, and that was a legitimate stumble 3 back where she at the start was really eliminated. And there are those excuses for her last 3 not being quite as fast on Beyer speed figures, and if she can get back to some of her prior races, she's dangerous for sure, but a little bit shorter of a price than I'd like to take. I did end up on the number 1, Mama's Got a Gun, who I agree last time was the time to bet, as she was a much more generous price, but I was really impressed by that effort from her. Even though those horses, I do agree with Andy and Greg, a little bit softer company than what she's going to have to step up and face in here, they're consistent types, and the number that she ran in there, a 72 Beyer winning, really fits with the types of efforts that we are used to seeing from them. It was an improved race for her, a career best and a big step forward, but with the dynamics of that race and the sound bump that she did take shortly after the break, I was really impressed with that effort and the long sustained rally she was able to make into a pace that did ultimately hold together for the most part. So maybe last time the better time to bet, but I think that she is one that's on the up and up for Linda Rice. Greg?
All right, thank you, Sarah. Post time coming up. Let's go to the one you like in here, who is the second biggest price on the board. This 5, Miss Lau.
Yeah. We've talked about Dennis Laubin on the show before. We talked about her when she won her first race for Dennis. She gets to Dennis to run 75 and 77 Beyer figures, numbers that put her smack in the mix of this race. And then she regressed a little bit, but she didn't run that badly in those races and didn't have the best of trips. And last time everything fell apart. It's a better field, but it was bad. And it just feels like Dennis probably looked and said, you know, I've been racing her a lot. She came back. It was 9 days after her prior race. Let's give her a little time. So he's given her 3 months back off. She comes back. I don't love the 7-pound apprentice that's riding her. I haven't, you know, he's an inexperienced rider, but she's a big price. And if she can get back to those races for Dennis, she's a contender here. I've done well with Dennis in the past, and I'm going to stick with him.
And for those who don't know, yeah, trainer, you tremendously respect.
Well, I mean, he claims horses once every 2 or 3 years, and you think about, you know, Mosienko, he claimed for what, about 10 or 14,000, won $300,000 or $400,000. He did the same thing with Game Token years ago. He doesn't claim many, but when he does, on the average, he has done exceptionally well with them.
And this filly had been, you know, before that way too tough last year, just a few starts ago, competitive against Brown Sugar Babe, who's the favorite right now. Well, actually, favoritism has moved to the 3, but there's Brown Sugar Babe. Set for this pick 5. Chris Griffin to get us started here in the 4th from Aqueduct.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Miss Lau breaks with speed, so does Brown Sugar Babe, the 2 outside horses. And here comes Miss Lau, who's now put a neck in front. P. Mutter Pickle is close to the early action, too, is right there in 3rd towards the inside as the front 2 are well out in the center of the racetrack as they get set to come out of the chute. There's Call Her Bluff, is now tracking from 4th. The last 2 are far, far back early. Racing Colors and Mama's Got a Gun. The leader, Miss Lau, at a big number, and Miss Lau is still about a half length in front. Towards the inside here is going to be P. Mutter Pickle. In pursuit has now taken 2nd. Out wider there comes Brown Sugar Babe. Another 3.5. Almost 4 lengths back to Call Her Bluff. Is now being encouraged to move forward. Mama's Got a Gun, and Jose Lescano there on the move from the back, and the trailer still Racing Colors. 23.27 for the opening quarter mile. Still bunched up on the front end as P. Mutter Pickle is now moving on through, and here comes P. Mutter Pickle is engaged and puts ahead in front. P. Mutter Pickle, Miss Lau is all in here, is trying to keep up from 2nd. 3 wide there is Brown Sugar Babe. Mama's Got a Gun has run right by Call Her Bluff, who's got a sustained rally, a mild rally from the back end of the field, and Racing Colors is the one that's running on, but P. Mutter Pickle's got the lead, and P. Mutter Pickle is sprinting away. P. Mutter Pickle just opening up with every stride. Miss Lau is trying to keep up. Brown Sugar Babe is still there in 3rd. Racing Colors is the one that's rallying from the back, might grab a minor share, but P. Mutter Pickle is gone. P. Mutter Pickle has inside the final 16th and is going to win this one in dominating fashion. P. Mutter Pickle wins it. Racing Colors does get up for 2nd, then came Brown Sugar Babe, and Mama's Got a Gun. 1 minute 36 seconds flat.
P. Mutter Pickle, bet down to 9-5 favoritism before the gates open, dominates this group.
That was a blistering fast pace, and you saw the toll that it took on the number 5, Miss Lau, but not P. Mutter Pickle. I mean, she was on the engine with Manny Franco. He was aggressive. That was a very fast 2nd quarter, and she absolutely embarrassed this field. About as much the best as you can be in a race.
Coming out of probably the toughest race of anybody in here. She's won 2 of her last 3 now. Daughter of Vino Rosso, former Classic winner. And late, the public got it right, moving this one to favoritism.
This would be one of those horses, Greg, to be on our list of horses we want to know where the name came from.
Yeah,
Should I look up P. Mutter Pickle on the internet?
Have a
Because
feeling.
it feels like there's a story. It's a kid or something. It's like it's such an odd name. I like it. I like the name. It's
Maybe
guy that plays pickleball. All right, there we go. All right, thanks, Maggie. Maggie knows everything.
9-5 favorite with the win to start this pick 5. Let's go back to Hot Springs,
Where the horses are on track, Greg, for this $25,000 claiming event. Non-winners 3 lifetime. No Sanford winners in here either. Mile distance, wide open. Tepid choice, Aaron. At 3-1, you meet the field. There's Just Ask What's drawn inside at 7-1. 5th start at the meet.
Good advantageous inside post. Remember, this is a mile race, so they start and finish at the 16th post. Should be able to take advantage of that position.
Freddie Mac, $17 winner here, March 28th.
Yeah, big close that day under Rocco Bowen, who rides back here.
Rebellious, his sire, the 2011 Rebel winner, the Factor.
Yeah, horse that kind of runs evenly. Doesn't have much of a turn of foot, just kind of stays.
Hollywood Ending, Eric Asmussen won the first race on a $32, $33 horse.
This is who I like here. This horse is so much better than the wet track races.
That ain't a kick. Francisco Arrieta 2nd in the rider standings.
Deep closer. He's hoping they go a little quick up front.
Dual Monarchy pictured 5th race in 8+ weeks.
Yeah, stretching back out and moving up in company. He ran for half the price last time.
Aaron, favorite, poor start cost him April 4th.
Yeah, and he's his own worst enemy at the break. He doesn't get out of the gate cleanly. Hopefully he can break a little better. He's certainly, obviously, a major player.
Morum to the outside, forward in his last 2 races.
Forward in his last 2 races and moves up back in company. Ran for 10 last time, in for 25. This is considerably tougher.
That's the field. Race number 4, 4 minutes, $25,000 claimers, non-winners, 3 lifetime. Acacia and Maggie are together. They're situated where they can't get savaged for this hit. And we start with Aaron, guys, who is the current favorite, 5-2 in this wide open 4th race.
It really is a wide open race, Acacia, but we are being savaged by the wind out here as it's Oaklawn Park, aka the wind tunnel today. And it does feel like horses will be running into a headwind for the most part down the stretch.
It does. We are standing kind of trackside right along where the finish line will be. So they will be running into that headwind coming down into the stretch here. It's pretty breezy. For some reason, I always underestimate just how windy it can get at Oaklawn, as there's now a piece of the track in my eye. But we're going to get through the day.
Take her off camera, guys. She can fix that. No, I'm kidding.
That was the sign.
As we'll start with a horse that we weren't necessarily expecting to see as the favorite, but when we came out and looked at the board, sitting at 5-2 is Aaron and Acacia. The only other time I saw this horse was when he was debuting as a 2-year-old in July for Todd Pletcher, and I'd written in my notes, we'll need one to get fitter and develop, and he has definitely developed. He's a big, strapping horse now.
Yeah, I can certainly understand and see from his physicality how he's one that probably would have needed to race into fitness a bit. Good size, very powerful in the way that he's built. Now, 2 starts back, he actually ran well, closing, sprinting, though was off slow. Last time out, far back off of the pace and just never really able to kind of get his feet underneath him on that wet track. The way that he's built strikes me as the type of horse that would not love a wet surface.
So he gets a fast one today, and 2, you just watch him in that replay last time, running with his head up in the air, as Mig said, slipped behind coming out of the gate. So look for him to run much better with this fast surface. Another horse that clearly does not like a wet track is number 4, Hollywood Ending. He's only gotten to run over a fast strip 4 times, and they are by far his best work. He's a horse that is really, really well muscled. He's kind of a tank of a horse. So a lot of times I notice that those horses that are bigger boned, kind of massive individuals, they really can't lift their feet over wet tracks.
Yeah, he's kind of that typical Curlin, right? He's not the tallest horse, but he's built like a tank. And he, as all of Steve Asmussen horses are, came over here just looking at the picture of health, so well turned out. He's also one that, in the way that he moves, he's very broad in his build too. So I think that this is a surface that he should appreciate, a level of competition that he should appreciate as well. And I like that he has some tactical speed, whereas some of the others in here do tend to come from very far off of it.
And one of those is a logical type, though. Sitting at 4-1 is number 2, Freddie Mac, who broke through the non-2 for 30 condition, and I think realistically placed here by Kim Poole. I thought this horse looked a picture of health, and like I said, you're probably getting paid on a horse who, from the overall standpoint, is just consistent, kind of shows up with the same race every time. Will it be good enough today?
I think if you kind of sift through his past performances, you look at a glance and you say he's 2 for 17, some races that weren't maybe as strong. He spent a lot of his early career on the turf, and turns out that he's able to be effective, A, at this level of competition, and B, on the dirt as well. Was off a little bit slow last time, but he was wide throughout. I know it was a non-winners of 2 and he's stepping up to the next level here, but I thought in that last effort he was decidedly best.
Another horse that kind of has the same makeup when it comes to past performances is number 2, Rebellious, who he spent a lot of his early career running on the synthetic, but his last 2 here on the dirt for Sippy Contreras have been good. Now, he wasn't any match for Fear of Union and skipped the line, though I wonder, those horses kind of in good form, wondering if he maybe gets a little softer company here. I could not knock him physically whatsoever. Thought he looked fantastic too.
No, he certainly did. He was dappled from head to toe, and he stumbled a little bit coming out of the gate last time. I know he's typically one that is a deep closing type, but this is a horse that seems to be kind of finding his groove as well. I think he certainly fits here. Pretty significant blinker cup on him as well. Sometimes, as we talk about, those that are maybe a little bit closed in don't get out of the gate as quickly, but I think this is just his running style. There's not much you can do about it, and we'll see if he gets something to run at.
Lafitte, it feels like there's a lot of horses that want to come off of it. Could this be a race that sets up for one to wire the field going this flat mile?
The key, the start. Richie, so much to look for at the start of this mile affair.
Yeah, absolutely, and keep your eyes on your favorite, the 7, Aaron. This is a horse that just, his first step or two are not great. And what happens is, Lafitte, if you're in between two horses, horses are like water. They flow to empty space, and he tends to get bounced around or shuffled back off the break. If he can get away clean and get his position the right way, I don't expect him to be on top of the pace, but if he broke cleaner, he could be right in behind the pace.
Gelding drawn to his outside. Doesn't look like a lot of fun to ride either.
Now, Mo Rum is very difficult. He won going 3/4 here back in February. He was claimed that day from our friend Tom Amos. And Rafael Bejarano couldn't pull him up. They stretched him out last time. He pulls. He runs with an extension blinker. He's kind of a rank horse to ride.
You guys have a study session I wasn't invited to? Everybody on Hollywood Ending? All came up with the 4.
He really points out he has 5 races in the wet. They're all subpar. His 4 races on fast tracks are all far and away his best.
The Asmussens, great story on the Asmussens later in the broadcast. Eric Asmussen looking for a second winner on the afternoon. Matt Dinnerman with the call post time. Race 4 live from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off. Just Ask Watts leapt in the air at the start his last early. Hollywood Ending shown speed. Rebellious up on the pace. Dual Monarchy is there as well. Mo Rum on the far outside. Park Deep as 4 runners are across the track hitting the clubhouse turn. Just Ask Watts off that leading quartet running in the 5th position. 1.5 lengths to Aaron getting to the fence. 3 clear of Freddie Mac and a similar margin to Ain't That a Kick who's at the back. A contentious tempo on the front end. Dual Monarchy the gray. Neck in front. Rebellious holds the inside spot. Comes back at him. And these two are together down the back stretch run. They put 2 lengths on Mo Rum, who's off the pace in 3rd with Hollywood Ending. They're 1.5 lengths clear of Just Ask Watts. Aaron is still on the inside. He's 5 lengths off the pace. A big gap now of 5 or 6 to Freddie Mac. Shown more rain to pick it up in the 2nd last position. And Ain't That a Kick can see them all as they're halfway home. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Approaching the far turn. Battle continues between Rebellious and the gray. Dual Monarchy on the lead. They're 3 clear of Hollywood Ending. Aaron makes his way between horses, claims 3rd, comes after the top pair, goes well, Aaron, as they round the far turn. Then comes Just Ask Watson, an all-out drive, 4th, 3 off the pace. The others need to get going. Freddie Mac is picking up the tempo from the back of the field, but he's still got 8 lengths to make up. Coming to the top of the lane, Rebellious, Dual Monarchy, they're going at it. Perfect setup here for Aaron to come and pounce in the 3 path, and here he comes. Aaron on the grandstand side, asked for his best. Rebellious digs in on the rail. Dual Monarchy sticking to Aaron as well. It's Rebellious inside, narrow lead on Aaron. Dual Monarchy, Rebellious not going away, and he's going to take him the distance. Rebellious, Manny Esquivel to win it. Freddie Mac was 2nd. Aaron hung in 3rd, then Dual Monarchy, and Ain't That a Kick.
Maybe not as fast as his Rebel winning sire, the Factor, but good enough to take down this 4th race at Oaklawn Park. Rebellious at 4-1 with Manny Esquivel.
This horse got a sensational ride from Manny Esquivel. I talked about him in the post-spray Lafitte. Always a little one-paced, a kind of even running horse. What do you do with horses like that? Put them up in the game. Rely on their stamina because they're not going to give you an acceleration, and that's what he did, and this horse was very resolute, very game. Aaron worked out a good trip after breaking a step slow, had every opportunity, and kind of flattened out late.
Expected more from him. Freddie Mac uncorking that late run, but when you remember that they're running to the short wire, you knew that time was going to become an issue late, running out of real estate essentially.
Yeah, you're talking about 110 yards, which is significant. You know, how many horses get run down in the shadow of the wire? This was the 16th pole, but Manny Esquivel made all the difference here on Rebellious, putting him in the game for his uncle, Cipriano Contreras.
Family affair. He's been riding well. Several visits to the winner's circle. Manny Esquivel, 3-2-7-6. 4-1. Rebellious. 3rd lifetime win. 2 of them here at Oaklawn Park. And we'll clean it all up when we come back. The start of the race here for Rebellious. Gets out of the blocks clean. Crosses the wire in front. Takes down the 3rd of 10 on a Friday at Oaklawn.
And they're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont 1st and 2nd place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Downtown Hot Springs, Monday morning, very early. Our hike took us through downtown. We got to go by this, like what they mean when they say hot springs, it's hot springs, man. That is no joke.
Genuinely hot springs. Felt like the whirlpool in the jockey's room. The water was so hot and steam coming off it. But it was really cool about the hike, though, right? Kind of up
Great
in
hike.
the woods, see the wildlife. Then you come down and you kind of walk through downtown, pick up some
It's right
water,
there.
and keep going.
You saw it, but deer,
Yeah.
turtle, parts of a copperhead,
Yeah.
right?
Missing his head.
Centipede.
Huge,
Little
biggest
something for
centipede I ever
everybody.
saw.
Something for everybody. And this colt in the winner's circle, Rebellious, and like he earned this one.
He did, but you know, you got to play to a horse's strength, and this is when I think it's so important to have a familiarity with a horse. Rebellious is always just a little one pace. He runs even. You rely on horses like that, their stamina, Lafitte, and that's what Manny Esquivel did. He rode him into the first turn, held his ground, and relied on his horse to stay on doggedly, which he did. No excuses for Aaron. Yes, he broke a step slow, which is his wont to do, but he had every opportunity and even blew second.
Interesting that some horses that don't like to pass horses, by the same token, don't like to get passed.
No, well, you've already broken through that plane, so when somebody gets to them, it makes them game. It keeps them, focused. And I always loved, especially a horse that was lazy, ride him out of the gate hard. Every other rider in the race goes, oh, he's using him too much. But they don't know that he's a bicycle horse. You got to pedal. And then once you give them a little breather and then they feel that competition, they blow up and they meet it.
Race 4 in the books, Rebellious. We turn the page, looking ahead to race number 5, several defections. Here's the field and updated odds with numbers 1, 3, 4 out. From the outside, Battle of the Ravine draws in. Key with Christian Torres, the even money favorite, 22 minutes to post. How'd you see this one unfolding, my friend?
Battle of the Ravine, am I saying that properly? The 13 that drew in. This is the speed of the speed here, isn't it? I mean, but this horse has given ground the last eighth of a mile in every one of the starts. Maybe that outside post allows him to get into the race just a little bit easier.
I'm exhausted, man. 38 minutes on air. I need a break.
I was going to say,
I am wiped.
Yeah.
I'm wiped. I'm hitting the sideline momentarily. Acacia's going to drive for a while. I'll be back a little bit later on as we send things back to Aqueduct. Greg and Andy with I hope. Look ahead to tomorrow's Bay
I
Shore.
didn't want to say anything, but it was pretty clear your game was slipping, Lafitte, so I'm glad you brought it up.
Quick break.
I'll
We'll go
get
to
it
the
together.
bullpen.
I got a timeout here.
Have a few drinks. Get ready.
Well earned. Yeah, we'll get back to Lafitte. We can't have him work too long at
No,
once.
we really don't.
It's a big day
he's
tomorrow.
not like the MiG. The MiG can work, 20 hours in a row, but Lafitte is obviously not like him.
We're going to move on in a moment to the 5th, but yeah, let's get to Moplex, that Stanford winner from last year. New York bred who won an open company in that grade 3 early on in the meet at Saratoga. He'll be back for Jeremiah Engelhardt, 9 to 5 on the morning line.
It was a very tough return for him, dueling the whole way. I don't love the fact that National Identity, who he dueled with, came back with a disappointing effort. The horse who won the race did run well to be second in the subsequent start, so it's probably more about National Identity than anything else. And Moplex is a horse that's proven time and time again. He's not a horse that's shown right now he can be in the upper echelons of the division, but he's made it pretty clear he's one of the best 3-year-old New York breds out there, and he's good enough to tackle open company. And in this spot, he fits very well. He never really runs badly.
Yeah, he hasn't really run a bad race at all. He's hit the board in all 6 of his career starts, including the big one, that grade 3 Sanford last summer. So Manny Franco gets the return call. Second start back of his 3-year-old campaign for the Engelhardt barn. Meanwhile, next door, lightly raced and undefeated Faster Gator, son of Vacoma, will put that perfect record on the line, and those 2 wins coming about 10 months apart.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion about him one way or another, but I thought he showed improvement when he came back as a 3-year-old, so I'm not going to be surprised if he runs fairly well. I like another horse that's shipping in from out of town, but I'm not going to say this horse can't be a player in here.
Faster Gator debuted June 23rd last summer. Won gate to wire at Laurel. Comes back March 7th this year. This is the race. And able to show a little bit more professionalism here, showing a new dimension. Didn't get out to a great start, stepped slow, but able to sit off the pace and win.
Yeah, I mean, he worked out what was ultimately a good trip in there. I mean, you look at the odds. He got 9 to 5, 5 to 2. Now, I like the horse in the rail. I didn't think he'd be anywhere close to 2 to 1. I'm probably wrong. The morning line maker usually is right. But I thought Pascaline was a horse on the inside that, coming out of a race that's a lot better than it looks in the lower futurity, but also routine improvement from 2 to 3 could easily make him contentious, even if the figure isn't too low.
Coming up in race 8 tomorrow, these 3-year-olds in the Bay Shore. It's part of our Saturday coverage. We hope you join us in the program this weekend. You can play all the action, including a pick 4 we have coming up, by getting signed up right here. Right here. Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer right now, that $25 free bet and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code at sign-up, Derby25 for new members. Again, at nairabets.com. Pick 4 coming up next. And the reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer, Chad Brown, well, this one ran pretty good. First time out Saratoga last summer. 3rd behind one of the fillies to beat in this year's Kentucky Oaks quiet side for good measure. He'll throw an I'm Very Sweet as well. Looks to break her maiden in career start number 3. We'll be back.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. Spring has sprung, Andy.
It's beautiful out.
Flowers out all over the city.
Yeah. Plastic flowers are out some places too.
No, those are real ones.
Those are real? Okay, you're sure? Oh, those are, yeah. I love this time of the year.
It's a great time, especially now that it's warmed up a little. We got sun shining.
I know, all the good times ahead of us. Triple Crown season coming. Belmont,
it's a great time in this sport right now.
Turf racing.
This race, and talking about the Oaks and the Triple Crown, we got a filly in this race here who was competitive against one of your favorites coming up for the Kentucky Oaks, Quiet Side, in her debut. Limes Don't Lie, very short price favorite here, 3-5 for Chad Brown, and we'll get to. We start with More Than Grace for Ray Handel.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, and hopefully get a chance to show it going forward. This horse had, I don't know what went wrong. I mean, something went wrong, and we'll show it later. Last time, she ran better than it looks, and cutting back to 7 furlongs help. She's a main danger along with her entry make to the favorite.
Yeah, it's a first-time starter. Other half of the entry with the outside post. Okay. McKinsey, first-time starter.
Go ahead. I was going to say good story on Ray Handel coming up, by the way, on Naira.com.
Okay. Kahira's Song, start number 2, The Rail.
Do you think Kara's Chianti and Kahira's Song with Kara's Chianti being scratched helped Chris Grissom? He must have begged them to scratch one.
Yeah, he probably did.
That would have been a nightmare.
Payoffs involved. Bruce Brown with a first-timer, Candy is Dandy.
We're 10 2/5 last year at the 2-year-old sale.
Here's the filly who faced Quiet Side, was 3rd behind her in her debut.
Routine improvement makes this horse could run in the mid-70s to an 80. She has a pedigree to stretch out, 7 furlongs. She's just way the horse to beat.
Beware the other Chad Brown, though. I'm very sweet.
I don't like the race she's coming out of. I don't like the way the second horse ran in the Stallion Series over the weekend.
And a first-time starter for the Cantor Machi barn, Mila Candy.
There's one from the dam that ran well in the turf, but overall it's more of a turfy pedigree.
Pick 4 pool. 35,000 plus and growing. We're 2 minutes away from the start of this pick 4 coming up. You can get all the stats of the horses, trainers, jockeys right there. Download free Equibase past performances at naira.com/TV schedule. So the entry here, this is the half with experience for Ray Handel, and what you were talking about with something that did go wrong in this race.
Yeah, I mean, this is something, Greg, you just don't, fortunately, you don't see very often, right? She breaks extremely well for Romero Mirage. And you can tell sort of, if you watch a lot of races, she's drifting out a bit, right? She's not near the rail. Now, she starts to come in towards the rail, and something's going to happen. She gets spooked. I mean, thankfully, nothing happened bad with the one, aside from steadying there. But then you're going to see her. She gets right back up together and gets to the front. Now, to suggest that this is going to take some kind of toll on her would be ridiculous. So the fact that she eventually fell apart and was beaten 10 lengths is no surprise whatsoever. Whether or not, she's going to be good enough to win this race means to be seen. But you have a horse that ran a 71 buyer in her debut. So we know that she has talent.
Yeah, if she could get back to that debut, she's right in the mix with the odds-on 3-5 favorite in here. Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
And she does have that good early speed to her credit. Now, I'm not totally sure what happened last time either, and thankfully the chaos behind her was mitigated, but she did drift in towards the inside, causing a little bit of a pileup behind her. It didn't really seem to affect her too much. I agree. And we did see a horse that was most affected by that actually come back yesterday running 3rd with a 72 buyer speed figure. And while More Than Grace has yet to get back to the figure that she earned first time out when finishing 2nd, we are seeing some horses come out of those races and improve. I agree. She is the main danger to your short-priced favorite right now, and she's coupled with another first-time starter. So it seems as though with the early speed she possesses and whatever antics may or may not have happened last time, at least they didn't have much of an impact on her ultimate result. But I did go with the number 5, your favorite in here, Limes Don't Lie, and I agree. With any sort of progressive improvement from her, she figures to take a big step forward in here. We haven't seen that race prove particularly productive outside of Quiet Side, but to be fair, the runners in that race outside of her and Quiet Side, they've made a combined 10 total starts since then. Quiet Side herself has made 6 since winning her debut, so not a lot to judge them on overall. She has plenty of pedigree to suggest that she could be a good one as well. The Dam, a multiple stakes winner, multiple graded stakes placed, both half-siblings to run in the U.S., have run figures in the 90s and up, so it seems as though she's one that is poised for a big 3-year-old debut here, and I'm not trying to beat her. Greg?
Limes Don't Lie, odds on in here. 3rd behind Quiet Side, who will be heading to the Kentucky Oaks off back-to-back Oaks Prep victories for John Ortiz. It makes her look like a massive standout here.
Yeah, it does. Having said that, you're talking about a horse, and I picked her just like Sarah, so I'm not changing. He's now 4-5, where you're getting less than even money on a horse that's coming off a substantial layoff. Now, fortunately, she's going out for a trainer who has very good numbers coming off of long layoffs, especially with the maidens, but in general. So you could expect her to run well. She ran a very respectable race first time out, and she'll probably run well here. But she's also now back to 3-5, so you're not exactly getting paid. I'm surprised how much money I'm Very Sweet is taking, to be honest. I would think the entry is much more dangerous than I'm Very Sweet. Is I'm Very Sweet run very fast on any figures you look at?
Not particularly. The 5 was the standout, obviously.
Yeah.
But just this barn, it scares you, right?
Well,
they can improve.
They were supposedly dead earlier in the year when winning at 20%. And I think this game is getting stepped up a little bit coming back. You better be careful about waking a sleeping giant.
Well, he's losing 60% of his races.
It's embarrassing. 70%. 80%.
I'm always scared of the other one he has in a race. But yeah, the 5 looks like a huge standout here. We'll see if Limes Don't Lie graduates. Start number 2 as we get set for the start of this pick 4 on our Friday card from South Ozone Park, New York. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Lady McSparkles to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from More Than Grace in between horses. Right there is I'm Very Sweet is in pursuit, and at the rail, here comes Kahira's Song. Kahira's Song is going to apply pressure early to More Than Grace, and these two speed off together. They're a clear 1-2. And now More Than Grace will kick on and is back up by 2, but really had to engage, and now is running off just a touch here for Romero Mirage. It is More Than Grace who's up by 2 lengths. 22 seconds flat for that quick opening quarter mile. Right there towards the outside comes Mila Candy, as in the red cap is taken second at the rail. More settled now is Kahira's Song as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. I'm Very Sweet lost some ground, is now reclaiming 4th, and between horses there comes Limes Don't Lie. A little awkward, a little green there. Climbing now at the back there is Lady McSparkles. Just got passed by Candy is Dandy from the back end of the field. 45-1 for the half-mile time. More Than Grace is trying to shrug off the challenges, but a huge long shot, and Mila Candy is ranging up to the outside and travels smoothly here as they reach the top of the stretch. More Than Grace is trying to kick on. Mila Candy is 36-1, is trying to run by, is now put ahead in front, but here comes Limes Don't Lie. Limes Don't Lie as they approach a final furlong. It is Mila Candy in front. Limes Don't Lie is catching with every single stride. A 16th left to go. It's Mila Candy. Limes Don't Lie. Limes Don't Lie wins it. Limes Don't Lie will get the victory over Mila Candy, the big number. Then came I'm Very Sweet, then More Than Grace. 1 minute 24.36 seconds.
3-5 favorite, graduates start number 2. Limes Don't Lie. Chad Brown, Dylan Davis. First time starter though, running big as a runner up here at 36-1, excuse me.
I feel bad for anyone that bet Mila Candy because she ran a winning race here, and this is a difficult race to sort of figure out exactly, right? Because if you look at the winner, she was uncomfortable between horses. She kind of took herself out of that spot and was idle a little bit at the turn. And then when she got out in the clear, she came with a big run and she got it done. So in certain ways, it's an impressive win by her. Having said that, they went 22 flat, 45-1. The track's playing quickly, but they were moving out there. And you could argue that the 7 did all the dirty work, applying the pressure to the 1 in this race, who eventually folded around the 8th pole, 16th pole. And so while Limes Don't Lie ran well, and she probably needed the start, and she was never comfortable early, she got a lot of pace to run at. And I'm going to say, I'm not sure I can make the case that she ran better than Mila Candy. That was a tough beat for her.
Huge effort, first time out, but in the end, yeah, the 3-5 favorite, Limes Don't Lie. Chad Brown Barn, Michael Dubb, the Elkstone Group, Dylan Davis. Get the money to start this pick 4. 5-7-6-1 finish. We'll be back.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
A
Delphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. It's just a reminder, coming up, before you know it, June 4th through 8th, the Belmont Stakes will take place up in Saratoga, and Belmont Stakes Racing Festival tickets are on sale now at belmontstakes.com/tickets. We'll go Wednesday to Sunday this year. Can't wait to see who will add their name to the history books in what will be a spectacular week of racing. It was so much fun up there last year, of course, with Belmont Park under construction. Another year of the Belmont Stakes up at Saratoga. I'm Acacia Clement stepping in briefly for Lafitte Pinkai, but of course, Richie, I know there's a lot of Kentucky Derby talk. We are looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes, and I hope that we see somebody win the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown, and we get to have a Belmont and Saratoga with the Triple Crown on the line.
I can't imagine how Saratoga would be with a potential Triple Crown on the line. It already is a racing town. Everybody is so into it. The excitement level's palpable there. And if we had a horse going for the Triple Crown, now some people will say, well, it's a mile and a quarter. It has to be an asterisk. It is still an amazing feat if a horse can win those 3 races in basically a 5-week span.
Certainly is. The Triple Crown is tough for a reason, and will be a lot of fun as we are certainly in the midst of Triple Crown season right now. We have horses on the track for race 5 at Oaklawn coming up next. This is a maiden claiming for $15,000. We're sprinting, going 5.5 furlongs. This is for 3-year-olds and upward, and taking a look at the board right now, it's all the way to the outside. Battle of the Ravine, who's currently the even money favorite, gets in off the also eligible list. Get to that horse in a moment, Richie, but we'll meet the field starting off with the 2, Jimmy.
Always shows brief speed, has been stopping severely. I like when horses just have one-word people names like Jimmy.
Here's Pulaski, keeping with that theme.
Yeah, it's going to have to improve off of what we saw in the first start where he didn't take any money at all.
First-time starter Heavenly Deacon debuts for the $15,000.
Yeah, it comes in off a decent gate work, more of a turfy pedigree on the female side.
New gelding for Tweetsome Mo.
Does have some races that were okay, but that was on turf and now comes back as a gelding. Is that going to help?
Here's Lake of Fire, a big price.
Yeah, actually improved a bit off the drop last time.
Justifies Magic, cutting back in distance.
This is who I like. This horse has run twice on synthetic, gets on dirt. Justify Triple Crown winner. Gets 21% with his dirt sprinters as opposed to 11% with his synthetic sprinters.
It's been just an amazing sire. Off to a hot start there. Went the King, hit King Rose, and here's Streakin' Deacon.
Has had a lot of chances, but has races good enough to certainly be in the frame here at a big price.
Razorback Army, good name for an Arkansas bred.
Another one I think that's just been showing steady improvement and should be well placed from the start.
Battle of the Ravine, your favorite.
Horse always shows high speed, has given up ground in the last 16th of a mile, but it's going 5.5 today as opposed to 6 furlongs.
And Bello, another one in off the also eligible list.
Bello holds the key to the race. Can this horse put at least some pressure on the 13 Battle of the Ravine right inside of him? Was a little bit more speed last time than previous.
10-1 on that one, but 3-5 on Battle of the Ravine. Maggie, as this horse draws in, I imagine he's quite pleased to get a chance to run in this spot.
Yeah, connections especially, Acacia, as Battle of the Ravine definitely looked the part in the paddock. A horse who looks like he should be quick, very bull-like in his frame, broad-chested, broad hip to him, and came in nicely on the muscle. Now, as you guys mentioned, he gets half a furlong less to have to deal with today to try to see out this race, which obviously helps him, but you can see why in the warm-up he has come up short in some of those efforts. Just a very short-strided type of animal. So he's not one I'm going to warm up to. I kind of downgraded him a bit once seeing him in the warm-up as opposed to the paddock. So we'll see, and two, how much pressure he does receive up top, because the horse that I landed on, number 12, Razorback Army, I don't think he is quite as naturally fast, but at least he has some tactical speed. And Razorback Army, just like Mig said, seems to be getting better, improving. Now gets his second fast track over off of that layoff, third time off that layoff, I should say, and just made a great impression. And I like the 8-1 that I'm getting on him. So we'll see if he can hopefully pull off a trip here as Ramon Vasquez does climb aboard today. And then we'll check in with number 9, Justifies Magic. They paid $350,000 for this horse who, yes, Mig's right. Justify, his highest win percentage does come with his dirt sprinters, but we've also seen several of his progeny proficient on the turf. And to back up that sentiment, this horse is out of a Galileo mare who only won on the turf. The second dam only won on the turf, both of which in Ireland. So, okay, yeah, let's enter him in a dirt sprint. Granted, it is bottom level, but he was at the bottom level last time. I don't really get this spot for this horse. He looks great. I have no problems with him from that standpoint. He returns here as a gelding, warmed up, lovely, is still on his toes. Sometimes gelding will quiet a horse down. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. But, Acacia, I just wish there was something more tangible to say that this horse is going to be successful sprinting on the dirt, because, honestly, he has more of a turf hoof.
And interesting looking at those workouts with that Palmetto's turf work, 3-back as well. Maggie, thank you. Clearly had spent some time down in Florida, then ran on the synthetic, then came here in the last couple of preparations locally at Oaklawn before this dirt debut.
I'm just taking a flyer, hoping that he can find a little bit more in a dirt sprint, but Maggie makes very valid points, particularly about the pedigree on the female side of the family.
4-5 on Battle of the Ravine. In off the also eligible list, Matt Dennerman standing by the call, race 5.
Rounding out the field. Here's Bello. Battle of the Ravine took him a little bit to go in there. Now he's in. They're going to close the front of the gate. They opened it for him to try to get him in there. That did the trick. Now Bello to the outside post. Goes just about it. Now backs away. Bello. Bello's in. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Bello on the far outside wins the start. Heavenly Deacon took up at the start. He's at the back of the field. Battle of the Ravine has the lead now from Bello, and Razorback Army second and third as Battle of the Ravine clears off. Battle of the Ravine 1.5 lengths in front of Bello, and Razorback Army there together. Gap of 2.5 to Jimmy in third. Then Pulaski and Justifies Magic there together. A space of 3 to Streak and Deacon. Tweet Samo is going in the wrong direction. The Hit King Rose is next in the field. Gap of 4 to Lake of Fire, and a big space to Heavenly Deacon, who's last. First is Battle of the Ravine. Battle of the Ravine approaching the top of the lane, leads 1.5 lengths. Bello sent after him from second. Razorback Army coming to split that pair as they come off the corner, and Justifies Magic's kicking into the top gear on the far outside. Battle of the Ravine, the leader from Razorback Army. Bello weakens far outside. Justifies Magic on the extreme outside continues to grind away. He's up to take the lead. Battle of the Ravine, he's beaten with a 16th to go. Justifies Magic Magic putting away the competition, and it's maiden diploma time for Justifies Magic to win it first out for Ingrid Mason and Danny Caldwell. Razorback Army was second. Streak and Deacon gets up for third, and Battle of the Ravine was fourth.
Justifies Magic gets the right setup and gets the win today. Nice pick, Richie, over Razorback Army, who Maggie likes. So a good
Maggie made me hit the exacta because she liked Razorback Army. Justifies Magic, again, I was taking a bit of a shot. Admittedly, more of a turf pedigree on the female side of the family. But that being said, he's got a real good setup with a contested pace. And one thing about Battle of the Ravine, even on the turnback, horse just does not finish his races. He's been given ground the last 16th in every start.
Shows that early speed and then is not able to seal the deal after that. But Justifies Magic and Tyler Bacon came rolling late to get the victory in here. I imagine quite rewarding for Tyler. We've talked a lot about his story throughout this meet here at Oaklawn. Richie, to no longer be an apprentice with that weight allowance and trying to prove yourself now. These are the types of wins that are really meaningful after he becomes a journeyman rider.
Well, absolutely. The eyes are upon you when you lose your apprentice allowance. Will he be able to compete? And he really hasn't missed a beat. That was his 47th win of the meet. He's already got champion apprentice locked up, but he's still very much in the battle for leading rider. 5 wins separate the first 4 guys, and if the 4 of them combined have ridden 200 winners at this meet, this being the 54th day of the meet.
Pretty incredible stuff there. Tyler Bacon picks up another one with Justifies Magic, cutting back in distance and on to the dirt. Bring you prices and more when we come back, and more live racing from Oaklawn and Aqueduct after this. Hopefully we don't blow away in the meantime, and the infield in a gorgeous sunny spring day in Arkansas.
The Big Cap, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
We're back on America's Day at the races as one of the best racetrack views is from the hotel right here at Oaklawn. I love staying here, opening my curtains in the morning and getting a chance to see the horses on the track. It's awesome.
It's a great way to wake up, look out, see horses training, have your coffee. And then the commute to work is pretty easy, too.
Yeah, not too bad. Love seeing the fans lined up on the rail as well. Always a great crowd at Oaklawn Park. As in the 5th, we see number 9, Justifies Magic, and Tyler Bacon make their way into the winner's circle. Got the right kind of setup on the turn back today.
He really did. There was a scrum on for the lead, which you would expect. Big, long, striding horse. Tyler didn't worry about saving ground. Just got him out there in the clear where he could use his stride. And I think he hit the right group occasion to be fair. Nice effort by Razorback Army, continually kind of taking a little step forward, improving incrementally. And the 11, Streakin' Deacon, in his 13th start, rallied on to just nip your favorite, Battle the Reen, for the show.
9, 12, 11, $13.20 winner in race number 5 gets the victory to break his maiden. As we'll take a look at the early pick 5 sequence. How about that? 18,000 for 50 cents.
Wow.
You have that?
No, I should. If I did, I might be offset by now.
I know. I'd be looking for a partner with me on the set here as we turn the page on to race 6. Non-winners of 2 in life going a mile here, and right now it's the 5 Gluckstadt, who's currently the favorite on a big drop in class. And this is a horse that was acting up really badly in the gate last time out and just totally put himself behind the 8 ball before the race even began.
Yeah, and taking that precipitous drop in class, and you get Francisco Arrieta, who's immersed in this jockey title battle. This is going to be a fun one. These guys are all going to go down to the wire.
Well, Richie, you're stepping aside shortly, right? I'm going to slide over there, and we'll bring Lafitte back. It's just a little musical chairs on the set.
Yeah, I'm get my little break in now, and then we'll finish strong the last 4.
There's no bounce house over there today, so Richie can't even go and experience that.
There is a hammock strung up by that tree that I'm going to enjoy.
It does look very inviting. It does. We'll know where to find the Mig on his break. Stay with us as we have a lot more coming up on America's Day at the races. Horses in the paddock over at the Big A, as well as we take a look at the 4 Patty Van Twinkle for Mike Maker in the paddock for race 6.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game. I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds.
Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Hard part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one, jockey hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage here on America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. This sixth race, we're approaching the 3-minute mark to post. 50,000 starter allowance, 1 turn mile. Fillies and mares 4 and up, and a 1-2 favorite.
I mean, she was way the horse to beat before the scratches. And when they scratched at her speed, she's almost can't lose on paper.
Concrete Phase, Jamie Ness, Ruben Silvera.
The one that stays in from the entry, and on paper, seemingly the weaker half of the entry.
Can you make any case for Brooklyn Dance?
I cannot.
33-1. Yeah, it's tough to do. 1 for 18 lifetime. Scarlet Stream, Kendra Carmouche, Horacio de Paz.
I'm a little surprised this one is the second choice in this race. Even though she's run reasonably well lately, I guess.
Well, the public... And it's going to be very tough.
I mean, she's got a huge speed figure, Ed. She's the controlling speed on paper. On paper, she can't lose. That's why she's a heavy favorite.
Really? You don't think this one has a shot?
I think this is clearly the other horse in here, especially off the claim for trainer Stephen Scheuer.
Oh, very dangerous.
Yes,
we know
this
trainer has been extremely dangerous.
I think she is the other horse, and it's not even close.
13 red flags, meanwhile 7-1.
If you liked her, you can't be scratched. You can't be happy with the scratch of the 6. Why is she like the same price as the 5?
Yeah,
I mean, you want to bet her and get 20-1, fine, but I'm not trying to beat Patty Van Twinkle. But if I did, it would be with the 5 Street View. I'm with you.
So Mike Maker, Dylan Davis team up with the odds-on favorite. This was the last effort on the lead. Early, wound up second as a beaten favorite.
She has improved dramatically. She's claimed by Mike Maker. And she's run 3 races, all of them getting speed figures, whether it's buyers or other figures, faster than these horses, running against better horses and running competitively with them. And now with the scratch, she becomes the controlling speed. Listen, I'm not going to sit here. I don't like to sit here and expound on the virtues of 1 to 2 shots, 3 to 5 shots. But on paper, she just lays over the field. But I think with Street View, you have a horse that's run well enough in her last couple starts that if she improves the new trainer, she's a player.
Minute to post coming up. Joining us for the first time on the program today. Let's head downstairs. Paul LaDuca with us.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Thanks, Andy. And kind of windy afternoon here on a Friday, but actually a little chill, but not a bad day here. You know, when I looked at Patty Van Twinkle, really, I'm kind of with you guys on paper. She looks so tough to beat in here. You know, and I talked to the trainer of the 5 and owner, Stephen Schauer of Street View. He said, listen, my filly is doing amazing, but talent is talent. Can I beat the 4 here? I don't know, but I can only tell what my horse is doing, and I know I have to beat the 4. So, you know, at 1 to 2, he basically said, I got to hope that this horse is kind of a second-itis horse, which, you know, on paper, 6 seconds in 15 starts, maybe there's that one little misstep maybe in her resume that you can maybe get by her, but I'm not going to try to beat her. The 3 in here, Scarlet's Dream, Horacio de Paz Barn got a winner in race 2 today. And I thought this horse ran okay last time out, especially when bobbling at the break. I kind of like this horse as well. So, I'm not going to really try to beat this 4 at 3-5. I do think the 5 will close the gap in this race, and I do think the 3 will run a little bit better than last time, but I think this could be cold 4-5-3.
3-5, huge odds-on favorite. Look, Scarlet's Dream has a little bit of speed next door, but not the kind of speed Patty Van Twinkle has.
Yeah, Patty Van Twinkle, I mean, Catchphrase had speed. Catchphrase was there to keep her honest, but I don't see, who's going to keep up with her here? And Dylan's supposed to go. I mean, he's not supposed to take any prisoners here. Speed's done well today. You're riding the best horse. You ride him like the best horse.
She has, talking about the favorite, and there she is, the 4. She has turf sprint speed. That is usually greater than dirt sprint speed, and Scarlet's Dream is going to be hard-pressed, even though she is quick early, to keep up with this one early on. Derby 25, promo code to use for new members to get signed up right there and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NyraBets.com. So Dylan Davis, never one to shy away from taking an advantage on the front end, even when there's one really not there, seemingly. He's going to go here with this 5-year-old mare, who's the huge odds-on favorite at 3-5. Set for the 6th. 1-turn mile. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Scarlet's Dream. Street View, 13 red flags. Thirteen red flags. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Street View flashes early speed, and 13 red flags is in the early mix on the far outside. Patty Van Twinkle in between horses starts to move forward with Concrete Phase, and Concrete Phase is going to push on through and now challenge for the early lead. Street View is to the outside, and these two now head and head, and going to take back a touch is going to be Street View, who's now a neck back in second. Concrete Phase is the leader. Just behind them is Patty Van Twinkle, is just drafting in third, is in behind. This top duo out wide are their 13 red flags. Scarlet's Dream is in fifth, is alone in fifth, out in the center of the racetrack, and trying to progress there is Brooklyn Dance, who's the trailer. Opening quarter mile in 22 and 4, and Concrete Phase is in front. Concrete Phase, Street View wants to go. Tight hold here, Romero on Street View as they work into the far turn. Less than 4 furlongs to go in a 45 and 3. Half-mile time. Patty Van Twinkle. Dylan Davis looking for his third on the afternoon is right on the rail there with 13 red flags out wider in fourth. Scarlet's Dream starts to rally on 3 wide in that group, and the trailer, Brooklyn Dance. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Street View is now cut loose. Street View is trying to run away from the field. Trying to keep up still is Concrete Phase. Here's the run from Patty Van Twinkle. Tips to the outside, and now the sprint is on here for home as they are inside this final furlong, and it's still Street View holding off Patty Van Twinkle, who's catching with every stride. Patty Van Twinkle now pushes on by. Patty Van Twinkle is a neck in front, still battling on as Street View inside the final 16th. Patty Van Twinkle almost there. Patty Van Twinkle gets the victory. Patty Van Twinkle over Scarlet's Dream, Concrete Phase.
Patty Van Twinkle, everyone playing this horse was probably early on saying, what in the world is going on? Dylan Davis, you're on the quickest horse in the race. Things were just fine. She won fairly easily.
She did. The 5 ran well, though, and the track is clearly speeding up as they set some pretty quick fractions in that race. And I think Street View really did improve off the claim from Steve Schauer, but just ran a horse that was so much better than her that she had to improve even more to win. How's that? And, you were saying to me, earlier, I was like, what is Dylan doing? And you said, he's got to be under instructions. And as I said to you, when they went that pace, I said, well, instructions or not, maybe he's making the right choice because they are moving a bit up front. He and the 5 ended up putting some separation in the field and just proved to be tons the best.
4-5, 1-3 finish, 1-2 favorite. Patty Van Twinkle. Someone was all over this race. And he sits right next to me. Dylan Davis, Mike Maker Barn.
I had this one right on top.
Paradise Farm Silks.
I think over the last 2 days of racing in 14 days, I think I've had 5 winners. I don't believe any of them paid over $4.
Little bloop single. Take what you can get, and often then you'll break out. Let's go back to
seem
Hot
pretty
Springs.
good sometimes.
Rested and rejuvenated. Greg, rested and rejuvenated. Pleased to join Acacia on set. Acacia, tomorrow, all the focus on the Oaklawn Handicap, but that's not all. 2 other really good stakes races. One with Triple Crown implications.
That's right, for the Bathhouse Row, which will go as race 6, winning you're in for the Preakness Stakes and going on to that. So it really is an opportunity for some of these horses that might be a little bit later developing and maybe not starting early enough or picking up those points in order to make it into the Kentucky Derby field, but they still have an opportunity to get a big stakes win tomorrow and potentially on to some bigger things past that.
Yeah, all in all, terrific program tomorrow, Oaklawn Park. Let's start with that Bathhouse Row. And the heavy favorite, instant replay. 4 to 5 on the morning line, Acacia. Yeah, that 3rd place finish in the Louisiana Derby kind of jumps off the pages.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And especially given that that's behind Tiz-tastic, a horse that is getting quite a bit of buzz leading into Kentucky Derby for Steve Asmussen, who will look to break his Kentucky Derby maiden with a couple of chances. But instant replay, a horse that came from very far off of it. You know, it's interesting. Early on in his career, he was one that had some natural speed and was able to be forwardly placed, it seems, lately in his last 2 starts when going a bit longer as well. He's been coming from the clouds, and you see him there in the pink silks of Gary Mary West, closing on the left lead, still figuring things out, but finished very well behind what seems to be a talented horse.
Good field, competition legit. Remember, Red Route 1 won this race a couple of years ago, wound up running in the Preakness, finishing 4th behind National Treasure and Company. That's the Bathhouse Row. Then you have the girls, the fillies, in the Valley of the Vapors. About 2 hours later, 3rd running, a mile, $200,000 purse. Number 4, Quantum Burst, 2 to 1 morning line favorite. This was her most recent Acacia Virginia Derby day, the first race, Colonial. Allowance Company, she's 1 to 9. She's in front and about to pour it on.
This is what winning like a 1 to 9 shot should look like. This is the perfect description of it. I know it was a short field, but she was dominant in that effort, and she was able to use that speed and just pull away. She was a short price, clearly for a reason, and she did it nicely. And she's run some good races over her career as well. She really has not done anything wrong as of yet, and so it will be interesting to see as she steps into some deeper competition to try her hand at a stakes group off the back of that pretty impressive effort.
Runaway effort running up the score. Flavia and Pratt live stakes mounts tomorrow. Quantum Burst in the Valley of the Vapors. Instant replay Bathhouse Row and first mission in the Oaklawn Handicap. Maggie Wolfendale is with us. Maggie, the competition tomorrow in the Valley of the Vapors. As 7 other fillies included Miss Martini.
Yeah, and Connections having high hopes for her, Lafitte, as she does come off the back of a win in a stakes race last time sprinting. And this will actually be the first time that she gust of wind, that she's going long. But immediately after she won, Steve Asmussen saying that I'd really like to stretch her out, noting that she's a daughter of Turlin and that while she doesn't possess a lot of size nor scope, she has a lot of class and she has the mental fortitude to see out this mile distance tomorrow. And looking at her win here in the Southern Hospitality, you can also gauge why he thought that. Sitting comfortably off the pace, rating beautifully, and able to get up and make that final winning move. So I know Connections having high hopes for Miss Martini, and we'll see how she stretches out to the mile. It feels like it's a logical step, like I said, being that it says flat mile, for her to try going long for the first time. Lafitte?
Hold on to your hat. Maggie, hold on to your hat. Tomorrow's Valley of the Vapors, one of 3 stakes races. Take a look at these stakes. Rundown, Bathhouse Row, Valley of the Vapors, Oaklawn Handicap. Final thought, Acacia, the Valley of the Vapors with Quantum Burst. Who do you think poses the biggest threat?
Well, I think there are some unknowns. Along with Miss Martini, you've got the likes of Dare to Fly, several horses stretching out, but I'm actually a little bit intrigued by a horse that I think is best with the distance, and that is Princess Aaliyah for the coach, Wayne Lucas. I know that she didn't run very well last time out in the Fantasy. That looked on paper. horse race between Quiet Side and Simply Joking, but she's one that just is physically built like she wants to go long. So while you may have some questions about a couple of the others getting a distance, she's the one that I don't, and she picks up Louis Sias this weekend.
We had so much fun last Saturday covering Torpedo Anna, the horse of the year in the Apple Blossom, and a fun day of thoroughbred racing. But top to bottom, this Oaklawn Handicap program, very deep, very strong, headlined by those 3 stakes races. We'll have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races, along with the second half of the Friday program and these $10,000 claiming milers, non-winners to lifetime. Wide open. Gluckstadt now, despite the fact, Acacia, is not won in, I don't know, it's like 24 months and 26 races, the 2-1 favorite. We'll see him in the post break. There's Outlaw Run.
Been running against Arkansas bred claiming types. Comes into this open, or I should say non-winners of 2 for 16 against Open Company.
Mount Craig, not much since that blowout maiden win at Belterra. Then G. No Hollander. My decoding stills tell me it's named after the painter.
Well done. Not a step last time out, but one thing I will say about him, he's lately raced.
Mishloff, a great trip, just stopped in the mud, now drops in class. And there he is, Gluckstadt, 26 months, 24 races.
It seemed he caused his own trouble last time out at the start. He was acting up at the gate. He's acting up at the post parade, too.
Fetches Brom, 1 for 24 lifetime.
Hard to recommend this one based off the recent efforts.
Copper Echo, contender, 5-1.
I thought this one broke okay, but then really was kind of bumped and jostled around at the start. What happened to his speed, and can he get back to those races?
Good Time Justice, Indiana bred outsider.
Yes, one that at one point did show some speed going long. I wonder if we will get a chance to see some of that as he stretches back out.
Haskell, by Practical Joke, ran 3rd in the 2017 Haskell.
And we'll get back onto the main track in here today. It's another one that's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle.
And Royal Court, very little since his maiden score.
Yeah, you said it. Has not shown much in those 2 efforts. A deep, deep closer as well.
Classically, Asmussen's all around, own, train, ride.
And just as we often say, you know the Asmussen barn loves some action. This one running for $10,000 live in graded stakes tomorrow.
The outside, a cool and cloudy 7-1 maiden winner 3.5 weeks ago.
And it's interesting is this horse has only ever sprinted, 1 sprinting, and now does stretch out in distance. We'll see how he handles it.
Field for the 2 minutes out, Gluckstadt. Maggie, is today the day? Is today finally the day he finds the winner's circle once again?
Well, he does look the part, at least. Physically, he's incredibly healthy, very well turned out. And looking at him, yes, he broke a bit slow. I think, that performance last time, you could make an excuse for him as he just broke a step slow and was cut off by another rival and had to steady back whilst at the rail. He did move up in between horses around the turn, second turn, I should say, cut the corner, but he was kind of with the flow of the race. That pace did evaporate, and so it was set up for closers to run well in there. I like him. I respect Greg Compton. His horses always physically look like they should be set up to win races, but I just thought there were some other intriguing rivals in here. Number 4 is your current second choice, Mishaloff, and he is 3rd off of a layoff, and he does kind of present himself as a horse that would have to race into fitness a bit of a heavier boned, healthy horse who seems to do well and get into his feed time quite regularly. Looking at him, he was, I thought, in a good stalking spot along the rail last time, and while he did have to steady a little bit in the stretch, he really had no response. Now, that was over a muddy sealed surface, so getting back to a fast one today, we'll see if he can improve and get back to some of his better races that he had out in California, because if he runs one of those, everybody would be running for second as he does take that drop in class. Number 2, Mount Craig. This is a horse that is also dropping a bit here. Obviously, he was bred to be a good one, but he is only 1 for 20 and often does have a little trouble staying on the racetrack. I've always liked him physically. He looks fantastic here. And talking with trainer Ram Moquet, I asked him about the bridle this horse wears, because it's a bridle that you typically see on show horses, meaning that it's a mono band, basically, in that across the horse's poll, usually racing bridles have several straps, connected, one connected to the bit, one connected to their throat latch, and even a noseband. But this bridle, everything's connected, so it relieves the pressure on a horse's poll, a horse who does get a little sore at times around his poll. Last time, albeit he was on a loose rein, never really picked up the bridle. So we'll see as he takes another drop in class, now pairing races back to back, and behind a horse who, like I said, was in good form, Fear of Union, if he can kind of resurrect himself and get back to some of his better races. But I'm going to land on number 7 in here, Copper Echo. Decent price on a horse who should be forward in here. Not that that's any particular advantage, I think, on this racetrack, but that's just how I like my horses, to have some good early speed, but looks sensational. He was the horse that I liked most physically in the paddock, and I just thought that, you know, coming out of a race, going 6 furlongs seemed like a bit of a prep, a race that was forwardly dominated anyway, and he was just out sprinted, couldn't keep up while chasing, and I think it's the right kind of spot for him to come into this one. Just sets him up nicely. Lafitte, I'm going to take Copper Echo here.
Little's going to go a long, long way, Acacia, in this one. Maybe it's simply a matter of a clean trip and where a horse like Copper Echo is strategically placed to be most effective.
Absolutely. I would say stretching back out in distance, we should ideally get a chance to see him be more forwardly placed, and Maggie touched on him being out sprinted. He also really did kind of get jostled around, and for the first race off a little bit of a break, sometimes that can be a bit jarring to a horse as well, that they don't really kick on as much after that. This just might be a better opportunity for him to get into stride. I took a little bit of a shot with Mishalov, who, as Maggie touched on, just better races on the go back.
Watch him at the start. Just needs a clean break today. Led to his undoing in his most recent 8-5 on the morning line. Overlay hanging up there at 5-2 as a co-favorite. Gluckstadt, been a long time. Is today the day? We're about to find out. Post time for the 6 from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Cool and cloudy. Cool and cloudy. Christian Torres to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Slow break from Mount Craig, who drops to the back of the pack. Copper Echo on the lead today. Gino Hollander moving up to come and challenge. These two together with Classically right off of them in third as they go into the first turn run. Gluckstadt runs in the 4th position, 2.5 lengths off the pace. Then comes Good Time Justice. Mishalov between horses. Outlaw run to the inside of that pair. Another 2 back to Royal Court. Cool and Cloudy behind the speed today. Well off of it. Fetches Brom right behind him with Haskell. And that leaves Mount Craig, the slow starter out of the gate, to trail the field. First up the back stretch, it's Gino Hollander and Abel Cedillo, a neck in front of Copper Echo and Ramon Vasquez. A length and a tail to Classically. Placed well in the 3rd position. Gluckstadt in a pocket 4th, racing on the inside of horses. Another length further back in the field to Mishalov. Then comes Outlaw Run. They're length clear of Royal Court. And then comes Haskell. He's 7 lengths, now 8 lengths off the lead going into the turn. Gap of 5 to Cool and Cloudy. He's losing position. Mount Craig passes a couple runners. Long shots, fetches Brom and Good Time Justice as they round the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Gino Hollander opens up 2 on Copper Echo, who's going in the wrong direction. Second, Classically claims that position away from him. Then comes Gluckstadt down on the rail trying to produce a bid. Mishalov is parked about 5 wide coming off the turn. And behind horses is Haskell trying to get into it. They're down the lane here. And it's Gino Hollander in front, leading by 2, getting a little bit tired now. Gluckstadt coming on the scene. Far outside is Mishalov. Furlong left, and Gluckstadt is coming after Gino Hollander, who's out of gas. Gluckstadt to the front. Gluckstadt to win it. Gino Hollander was 2nd. Haskell was 3rd. Mishalov 4th.
A long-standing nightmare is over. Back to the winner's circle in over 2 years. Gluckstadt, the losing streak ends as he delivers with Francisco Arrieta, 9-5, the post-time favorite. Wow.
He found his friends, so to speak. I'm sure a bit of a relief for Greg Compton as well, as he claimed this horse 2 starts back, and then last time out, kind of up to his old antics again and showing just enough to keep you interested and a little bit encouraged. And I'm sure with the extra drop in class, thinking today's got to be the day, and it was. He was able to run down Gino Hollander, who really ran well for one of the lightly raced horses in here, sticking around, back to better tactics, which seemed to suit him more.
54-1 to complete the exact Gino Hollander.
sometimes in fields like this, Lafitte, it's you want to take a little bit of an extra look, in hindsight's 2020, of course, but take a look at the horses that have the least amount of excuses, the least races on their program, and he was one of those, just one race since breaking his maiden.
Felt like a lot to concede, 9-5 favoritism to Gluckstadt, despite the long losing streak. It is over. He goes back to the winner's circle, and now Francisco Arrieta, 1 win shy of Christian Torres with this 4 jockey, this pitch battle for a riding title at Oaklawn.
They really have made it exciting, though. You know, it's a lot of fun to follow. I know that the riding title is not the end-all, be-all, but it really is a big deal, especially for a jockey like Francisco Arrieta, who was off to a little bit of a slower start here at Oaklawn, and being able to finish so strong, and for the fans as well, and for us, gives us a lot to discuss and to follow throughout the remainder of this meet.
Trying to follow our lineup, a little tricky, challenging this afternoon. Another change in the lineup here. You're stepping aside. We'll see you trackside before long.
Yes, I'll be back over there. Yes.
Pleasure as always.
As always.
Acacia Clement stepping aside. Richie Migliore will be back in the cockpit as our coverage continues here from Oaklawn Park on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap, and much more from New York as well, where Dylan Davis has made his mark since last summer. Career on a different level. And in a couple of weeks at Churchill Downs on the first Friday in May, riding a live contender. Which one will it be?
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Rejoined by the MIG on set where we just watched Gluckstadt win race number 6. I feel like I can almost hear Rocky giving like the advice to stick with it. You know, this was like just keep punching, Apollo. Just keep punching.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, listen, he found the right group, Gluckstadt. It's amazing to me, Lafitte. I would ride a horse that I didn't particularly like, and then they drop in class and they felt like a different horse. And you like him infinitely more. Gluckstadt get it done, and Francisco Arrieta staying very much entrenched in this jockey race. And you know what I like about Francisco? Every single race he rides, he rings that bell, giving back to the horses that give him so much.
And what he's done this meet. Now 1 victory shy of Christian Torres atop the standings. And Gluckstad going to work. You see him, that inside trip, angling out, going out and getting the leader. It's hard to believe it has been that long since his last victory. And I've never understood like that phrase, that finding your friends. You're not supposed to clobber your friends, right? He found his friends essentially here and went about and finally found the winner's circle again.
Well, it depends what kind of relationship you have and what kind of friends they are. Some of them need clobbering.
Gluckstad over Gino Hollander at a huge price. 5-3-9 race 6. Oaklawn, turn the page, race 7. Maiden optional claimer, 75,000, 6 furlongs, fillies and mares. 8 strong, Bang Bang Fury, the 2-1 favorite. 21 minutes out. That's next from Oaklawn. Much more from Aqueduct, where the late double looms at the Big A. Horses in the paddock for the 7th. And Miss Justify, who was 4th in last summer's Alabama at Saratoga. 4-year-old debut next. Riders up as our coverage continues from the Big A. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back on our Friday coverage on America's Day at the Races. This is coming up very shortly. Cross Country Pick 5. You can play it at Naira Bets. Begins with a 7th at Aqueduct, which is just 5 minutes to post here. Includes race 8 as well here in New York, and then races 7, 8, and 9 out in Hot Springs. Good luck to everybody going after it this afternoon. Here's our post parade for the race that kicks it off. 6.5 furlongs, allowance optional claiming group. Fillies, mares 4 and up, and everyone loves Linda, 2-1.
I picked her as the controlling speed. Eric Cancel has to go. Keep going with her and see if she can wire the field. I think she's good enough.
Miss Justify won that Seneca overnight in her last race. That was the race that ended her 3-year-old campaign.
She's a very talented horse, and she's not that slow, so she should be in attendance.
Even money, a little short, no?
Yeah, a little short.
Morning Matcha, a little big for Butch Reed.
I think one of the reasons the 2 is a little short is how big this horse is. I don't understand why this horse is 6-1, 7-1 now. Seems like a massive overlay.
Vincy Girl just ran a good effort at Gulfstream. Can it translate here?
Yeah, she did, but she's running against better horses, and a race without much pace might work against her.
And 11-1 outside Rachel's Rock, Kendra Carmouche aboard.
She's not untalented. It's not as though her races are that much slower than the others, but she is the rank outsider.
So 4-5, Miss Justify. Are people looking at this saying, well, she won the Wilton at Saratoga. She was in the Grade 1 Alabama at a short price.
I would say yes. And, oh, my God, she was 7-2 in the Alabama. Yeah. She was half the price of the winner? That's insane. She's a good horse. I don't know how good she is. This is a starting point for her. I think Todd Pletcher would probably prefer to get a little more distance in her, but it's not like she hasn't competed okay. shorter, but she has run better going longer. And this is probably a starting point, which doesn't mean she can't win, and she has enough speed to be forward. But I'm surprised she's this short. And you could say, well, they're betting her a lot because she's stake-faced. Well, isn't Morning Matcha stake-faced as well? And what is she doing at 6-1?
Yeah.
I mean, whether you like her or not, how is she
big.
a bigger price than the 5?
Makes no sense.
Nutty.
For a trainer that brings his runners here absolutely ready to run and exceed usually expectations, Butch Reed with the 3. Yeah, that is a huge number. As we take a look at Everyone Loves Linda. Rick Dutrow Jr. barn off the claim here. Claimed off of Linda Rice.
I just think that Erica has no choice. You got to go. You got the rail. You got the fastest horse. There isn't a lot of speed signed on in here, and just go. And I think her best races are when she's on the front end. She's talented. She's been running decent figures lately. I think she makes a lot of sense in this race. Just to me, a very logical horse in a good spot.
She has been pretty consistent to 15 times, first or second in 26 career outings. She is going to go, you would think, from that inside post. 2-1 right now. 6-year-old mare for one of the more dangerous trainers on the circuit. Let's go downstairs to Paul.
Yeah, and I think the 3 fillies in here, or mares in here, that you got to look at, and obviously the 1 and the 2. You know, everybody loves Linda. I was talking to Rick Dutrow, and he said, listen, we have to go to the front end. We have to establish the position to beat horses like the 2 and the 3. And, you know, the 2 coming off a layoff is very, very talented, is Miss Justify. I thought she looked well for Todd Pletcher, but is this the time to grab her maybe at even money? And Everybody Loves Linda probably will get the jump on her. And she's 15 for 26 in the exacta. But I'll tell you what, Morning Matcha looked amazing in the paddock. All dappled out, then got away from the pony. I thought looked tremendous on the gallop out, going towards the gate. Got a good little breeze into him and into her. And I think, you know, I know she's 6, facing a little younger horses in here, but her last race off a layoff, I get it. It was from December to April. She ran an 87 buyer. This one's from September, but Butch Reed has got her ready. You know, I came into this race thinking Miss Justify was going to be really tough, and I still think she is. I think the 3, Morning Matcha, is going to be right there.
And on cue, there she is in those pink silks. Morning Matcha, that's the one Paul had been talking about. Yeah, we're stunned to see her at 6-1 right now.
I don't understand it at all. I really don't.
Way too big a price.
I don't understand how. I mean, listen, maybe they're trying to tell you something, but I don't get it. And as you said, Butch Reed's horses do so well here. He just doesn't ship horses here randomly. When he ships, they usually show up.
She is a millionaire stakes winner, minor stakes winner, but graded stakes place as well. And, I mean, the recent form, obviously coming in off the bench, I guess a bit of a concern, but it's a concern for Miss Justify, too.
Disappointed her last race, but she obviously needs some time. She comes back. They're both off the bench. Like I said, I prefer the 1. I think the one's an outrageous price at 3-1, by the way. How is she that price?
Value to be had with Miss Justify taking all this money.
And the 5 is getting bet. Maybe the 5 runs well, but the 5 and 1 shouldn't be the same price in this race. I'm really surprised by this board. 7-2 on the 1. Crazy.
About to load up, and now odds on Miss Justify. There's the 5. So Vincey Girl certainly has to prove that effort. And maybe she just took a big move forward in her 4-year-old debut. It looks like she did, but she's got to prove that Gulfstream form here in New York for trainer Jose D'Angelo. Manny Franco in the irons. Set for our featured 7th on this Friday card. There's the favorite about to step in with Dylan Davis, 4-year-old debut for Miss Justify and Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Vince Girl. Rachel's Rock to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Rachel's Rock flew out of the gate from an outside draw, and at the rail here's Everyone Loves Linda, now with a neck advantage. Miss Justify in between horses. These 3 across the racetrack early. Settling 3.5 lengths just off of them is going to be Vincey Girl in the trailer. Late running Morning Matcha. They're out in the center of the racetrack, and the leader, Everyone Loves Linda, a half length in front of Miss Justify, not going anywhere, is content to sit right here in between horses from second. Rachel's Rock is 3 wide. Moving closer, Vincy Girl is on the move here for Manny Franco as there's less than 4 furlongs to go, and Morning Matcha continues to trail. 22.48 for the opening quarter mile, a pressured front end, and Everyone Loves Linda continues on. Miss Justify right to the outside. Vincy Girl's the one catching the eye. Vincy Girl is the gray, is making a big move here from fourth, has taken third. Is the rail open enough here for Vincy Girl? Is going to try and run on through as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Everyone Loves Linda. Miss Justify has taken the lead out in the center of the racetrack. Vincy Girl with that rail skimming ride. But Miss Justify is now kicking on and is up by a full length and a half. And Miss Justify, less than a furlong to go. Miss Justify is opening up here on the field. A 16th left to go now, and it's going to be Miss Justify. Dylan Davis with 4. Miss Justify wins it easily. Everyone Loves Linda will hold second over Vincy Girl, then Morning Matcha. A woman at 15.74 seconds.
That is a smoking final time here for 6.5 furlongs. 1:15.3. 4-win days. You heard from Chris Griffin. Dylan Davis having a monster Friday.
Miss Justify just announced that she's a better horse right now as a 4-year-old than she was as a 3-year-old. And I imagine Todd Bletcher's thinking about bigger and better things for this horse. It's a very good effort. I mean, it wasn't a particularly fast pace, and I don't love that everyone lives going to sort of backed it down, but it wouldn't have mattered. She was never in a million years beating this horse. Board kind of knew with the number 3, Morning Matcha, while she galloped out very well and was finishing at the end, she was way back early and never had a chance. She clearly needed the race, but Miss Justify did not need the race. She justified her short price. She was much the best.
Is there a chance we're going to see her line up against the horse of the year at some point later this year?
Well, I'm not sure she didn't just run a better speed figure than the horse of the year ran last time out.
Wow.
We'll see. I mean, I think Todd Bletcher will ask himself how far he wants to run her. Obviously, everybody would like to get to the Ogden Phipps at Saratoga. But the question is, what is he going to do to get there? Now, he'll probably I would say he'd look at a race like the Ruffian, but I think that's the day after that's like Derby weekend or something if we're running it. I'm not sure when. I don't know what he's going to look at, but this was a very good effort.
It's going to come back.
She was impressive.
Very big, this number off this performance. 1:15.74 for 6.5 furlongs. That is moving at this distance. And then this off the layoff.
Her sire won the Triple Crown.
I had heard that, yeah. Justify?
He was pretty good.
151st running of the Kentucky Derby. This is the points list leaderboard. Number 3, focus in there, journalism. He is going to head to the Derby as your favorite, but let's take a look just below him. Rodriguez, that gate-to-wire win in the Wood. And behind him, the lightly raced Grande for the trainer who just won this 7th race here at Aqueduct. He could be dangerous.
I loved Grande's effort here. Now, I liked Rodriguez too. The problem with Rodriguez is he's shown he's a Jekyll and Hyde. When he has the lead, he's very good. When he doesn't, he's not. There is no way this pace isn't going to be honest in here, and I don't think he's going to have the same kind of trip.
East Avenue is
he
going to be in
had
the race.
East Avenue. We talked about American Promise with Wayne Lucas, how fast that horse worked. I like Grande's effort. I thought he ran exceptionally well, and for a lightly raced horse to have the trip he did, I think it's exactly the kind of race you want to see for a horse going forward. He never had a comfortable trip. He didn't have a terrible trip, but he broke a little slow. He was wide chasing the whole way, and he never gave up and kept digging in. Now he's lightly raced. It's not going to be easy to win a race like the Derby in your 4th start, but I think Grande is a player, and he has a real chance going forward in the Derby to get it done. Did want to mention the number 18 on that list, Maddicat Road. I think we just read Dave Grenig tweeted that Bob Baffert is pointing towards the Pat Day Mile with him, so he won't be running in the Derby. If you were thinking of betting Maddicat Road, the good news is you have more money going forward than you would have if he was running in the Derby.
Yeah, and you talked about some of the other speed in there. Yeah, American Promise, D. Wayne Lucas just went a smoking 125-1, I believe, for 7 furlongs.
If Owen Almighty's connections still go, they'll be moving up front.
Yeah. Plenty of pace lined up that first Saturday in May as we send it back to Hot Springs.
Yeah, we've seen 20 horses exit the Wood Memorial and win a Kentucky Derby. 8 horses have exited the Arkansas Derby and won the Kentucky Derby. They were discussing pace, right? The faster the pace. For Sandman, this year's Arkansas Derby winner, like the faster, the better, much like we saw a few weeks ago right here.
And the Derby is historically run at too fast a pace for the distance. You can go back to American Pharaoh's year where they went a half and slower than 47 seconds, and for 10 furlongs, that's a lot. So I think Sandman will catch pace. Now watch what he's going to do here, and he hits the front. Jose Ortiz is going to switch to his left-handed crop, and he kind of had lost his focus. He had never hit the front that early in his races up to that point. He's like, hey, where is everybody? Being a herd animal, but he's going to get pace, and if he can work out a trip, which is always the key in a 20-horse field.
Let's say you're Jose Ortiz, and you're in front, and it looks like you're going to win the Derby, about a 16th of a mile to go, and you want to go to the left hand. Are you going to be hesitant because of what happened in the Arkansas Derby in fear of him coughing up the Kentucky Derby and doing something goofy?
If I'm clear, I'm going to let him go where he wants to go.
Somebody's coming up on your inside. Somebody's coming up on your outside. You want to get him more competitive. You want to go to your left. Do you?
I want him to feel that presence. I want him to meet that challenge. I mean, you can go back to Sunday Silence, who was weaving.
He was sideways.
Yeah, he was sideways through the stretch and running from pressure from the crop. Comes to the Derby, if you're in front at the 8th pole, you're going to pull out all stops.
Have you decided who you like and who is going to win the
Well,
151st Kentucky Derby?
Listen, journalism is without a doubt the horse, but I'm going to use him in Sandman pretty strongly.
Getting closer and closer. 2 weeks from tomorrow, 151st running, the Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs. We'll see how the Arkansas Derby, the runners exiting, perform. And last year was Mystic Dan running third in the Arkansas Derby. Would wind up in the Derby winner's circle for McPeak and Hernandez. Here, race 7. $75,000 maiden optional claimer, 6 furlong sprint fillies and mares. Bougie Beach is out. They're super costly at 10-1.
Well, for a horse that doesn't possess much early speed, she is really on her toes.
On the engine, Rollo, a type of triangle, and I'm having awful geometry flashbacks.
Mare has produced 3 winners, but no debut winners.
Pink Ruby, 3-year-old debut, was fine, back sprinting today.
Yeah, really good speed on the stretch out. Now gets that turn back. That might be the key.
Sunset for Sandra, 3-year-old debut. Ira bred, Ira raced.
Yeah, and should be well placed throughout. This is a little bit different than what she's facing, though.
Our best song, 2nd and 2, first-time starters.
Taking money this one, and the mare did win on debut. She also produced Promise of Spring, who was stakes placed right here in the Bayakoa, actually.
Favorite, Bang Bang Fury.
Trained by Donnie Von Hemmel. Remember Clever Trevor, runner-up to Easy Goer and Caleb's Posse, good horseman.
Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Alan Jerkins winner. You saw a Sweet for 3, the second choice at 3-1, and then a Hamo, last 2 races in the slop at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, and stretched out and basically ran off, opened up a big lead last time. Maybe getting back now after that experience going longer will be helpful, particularly with the outside draw.
Who graduates? You, Richie?
I'm actually going to go with a stranger, a horse that hasn't run yet. I'm a big fan of Liam's Map as a Sire, the 6, Our Best Song. Again, precocity in the pedigree. The mare has produced some nice runners, and this horse has taken some money. So I want a stranger.
The debuting filly, Our Best Song at 8-1, the favorite to her outside. Maggie, what is Bang Bang Fury showing you pre-race?
Not a lot of things that I like, Lafitte. Yes, she is the one that drops in class here and has run at times races that should win this affair. But physically looking at her, she's the one I wanted least of any of the 8 horses in here. Just a long, dull coat on her, very weak top line and hindquarters. She is not my type. She's warming up fine, but at a short price, I'd be willing to stay well clear of her. To her outside is a horse on the comeback trail. Sweet 443 is coming back to the races. Now, she debuted at Delaware on a muddy sealed racetrack in which she ran okay, but it's proven to be a very weak race. None of those horses have turned out to do much running at all. And then she ran a faster figure on the turf. And it's funny, the Union Rags, a lot of times they end up on the turf, even though they're not necessarily bred for it, because they don't show much in the mornings. But to her credit, she does have an Artie Schiller mare on the bottom to justify that switch to the surface. And honestly, that's kind of what she looks like. She looks fit. She also has a very long frame. So those longer framed horses sprinting, I'm not so sold on it. This might just be a race to kind of get her back to the races and to get fit and to strengthen up a bit. Now moving on to, I think the horse that I will land on, and I think should be one of the favorites. That's number 4, Pink Ruby. I know it was a similar race as far as conditions are concerned at Fairgrounds last time out, but just proving to be too far for her. And the winner was the favorite, who sat a perfect trip behind the pace. She jumped out, Pink Ruby, very quickly. So jumping out of the stalls, going that 2-turn mile and 70 like she was sprinting. So I like the cutback in distance for her. She looks incredibly fit here for Lindy Schultz, and I just think that sprinting on a fast track, she should be formidable here, like the way she's warming up as well. And then we'll take a look at the 2 first-time starters. Rouleau, daughter of Sharp Azteca. Now, she is an Iowa bred, and they choose to protect her, obviously. Might be more competitive when she gets over to Prairie Meadows, but she is half to a minor stakes winning Iowa bred horse who won going long. But adversely, Sharp Azteca looks like she wants to sprint and looks like she could be quick here. She's built downhill, massive hindquarters to her, really well muscled, and looks really fit too. And she's kind of been like a coiled spring out on the racetrack. So I do like what I'm seeing from Rouleau, but as Meg said, maybe as far as pedigree and in this spot, number 6, Our Best Song, could be the more likely of the first-time starters to run well. Well prepared, great coat on her. It does come in wearing front wraps for her debut, so we'll see if that has any bearing on how she performs today. Like I said, of the 2 first-time starters, I preferred Rouleau, but again, taking firsters in these types of spots isn't the worst idea in the world. Lafitte?
A fresh face, Richie's top selection by the, wow, it's been a decade, 2015 Woodward and Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner Liam's Map.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him as a sire. I like what I'm seeing from this filly. And honestly, I wasn't overly enamored with anybody that has run so far that are at shorter prices. So I'll take a little bit of a swing with the 6 at 10-1. I thought the 5 Sunset for Sandra has a really interesting work tab.
Okay.
This is a horse that has a steady diet of 5 furlong workouts. Now, when they work 5 furlongs, they tend to gallop out 6 and sometimes even 7 furlongs. So I think it speaks to a lot of foundation and a lot of fitness for a horse that's laid up close and admittedly has to get a bit faster. But I just like that comprehensive kind of work.
How do you equate her form and how it equates to her competition today? The unraced since late September of her 2-year-old season, an Iowa bred who's exclusively raced in Iowa.
Yeah, and again, she's running in restricted races that are not open to all breeds. But I think she has shown steady improvement. Her numbers should just be better going from as a 2-year-old to a 3-year-old. And it really stood out to me. Going back to February 25th, 5 consecutive 5 furlong workouts.
Revisiting the storyline at the top of the show, the chase for an Oaklawn riding title. Top 3 riders all represented. Rafael Bejarano, number 2. Super Costly, Christian Torres, the filly we just discussed, Sunset for Sandra, and Francisco Arrieta on the favorite, Arrieta, who's riding all 10 races this afternoon.
Yeah, you get down to a certain point in the meet and you're in contention to be leading rider, you tell your agent, I do not care what you put me on. I want to be in, coach. I can't win it being on the bench. Put me on Francis the Mule if he's open.
So they wouldn't be taking some time off. They wouldn't be taking a break like I was 37 minutes into the show. And
No,
catch my breath, hit the sidelines.
Well, I wasn't far behind you. I had to take my break too. I was laying in the hammock over there, took a little nap,
Not for these guys, no rest for the weary. And as of right now, Christian Torres 1-win lead over Francisco Arrieta. Rafael Bejarano not far behind, and perhaps this race could play a role in the outcome of the chase for a riding title.
Well, at this point, every race is pivotal. The less margin for error. The top 4 are within 4 wins of each other, and they've all been riding in terrific form. But we would be remiss not to mention Cody Autry, the agent for both Christian Torres and Francisco Arrieta, to manage 2 high-profile riders like that, keep connections, owners and trainers happy, and keep your riders happy. That's quite a balancing act.
They keep winning. Everybody happy. Maggie going with number 4, Pink Ruby. Richie going with the first-time starter, 9-1, number 6, Our Best Song. The favorite to the outside, Sunset 443, 2-1 at post time. Matt Ditterman with the call. Race 7 live from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2.
Last, into the outside, Ahamo. Ahamo goes in. We're ready to go. And Leroff, super costly, ducked inwards at the start and drops to the rear. No problems from Pink Ruby, who's on the lead today. Sunset for Sandra takes the second position early as Pink Ruby leads the way clearly by a length and a tail. Ahamo takes the second position from Sunset for Sandra. Bang Bang Fury between horses now racing within a length and a half of the lead. Another length to Our Best Song, the first-time starter. She's two better than Super Costly, and also Sweet 443, gap of 5 to Rouleau, who's at the back as they go into the far turn. Pink Ruby, 3 furlongs to go, neck in front of Bang Bang Fury, who threads the needle between horses to come up and challenge the front runner. Ahamo is 3 wide, nickeled along a little bit. Sweet 443 behind the leaders, pumped upon a bit as they hit the quarter pole. Coming to the top of the lane, Bang Bang Fury, Pink Ruby under pressure from the inside second. Bang Bang Fury, narrow lead. Sweet 443 on the grandstand side. If she's good enough, she's gotten a good trip. Furlong to go. Bang Bang Fury, narrow lead. Pink Ruby to the inside. Game for the fight. Pink Ruby coming back at Bang Bang Fury, and Pink Ruby has retaken the lead from Bang Bang Fury. Pink Ruby at 3-1 to win it under Fernando Jara. Second, Bang Bang Fury. Sweet 443 was third. Fourth, Our Best Song.
That solid 3-year-old debut. Back sprinting today. And she graduates. Does Pink Ruby in her third career start? Well done, Maggie. 3-1 at post time. Fernando Jara. Lindsay Schultz teaming up. Richie, how'd she do it?
A good call by Maggie here. Pink Ruby did it by showing speed. And when you get a horse turning back from 1 mile and 70 yards, a 2-turn race, to a 6-furlong race, and they have their speed intact like that, you can count on them having the foundation, the stamina to keep fighting. And I think that 1 mile and 70-yard race absolutely helped her get to the winner's circle.
Did you think that was Pink Ruby digging, or did Bang Bang Fury, who looked like she had the race won, just come up a little bit small late?
I think she kind of shortened stride, Bang Bang Fury, late. The other filly was hanging around, and you had to give her high marks for being game. But I think it was more a function of Bang Bang Fury just kind of hitting the wall a little bit.
Couple of 3-1 shots, running 1-2, 4-7, 8-6. Pink Ruby, onward and upward. The Virginia bred by Connect, Fernando Jara of Invasor fame. Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Horse of the Year in 2006. Results when we come back. 7 down, 3 left, Oaklawn Park. Plus, see who's running tomorrow? You see who's running tomorrow? You know what race he won?
I think the Sanford.
Won the
right?
Sanford, man. Won the Sanford at Saratoga. New York bred tomorrow in the feature at Aqueduct. What will he do in the Bayshore? We'll be right back.
And a dare manner will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Trinnyberg still on top, and he's still under a hand ride. Willie Martinez hasn't moved a muscle on him yet, but here comes Hardin Wildcat to try to make a race of it late. A little nudge here for Trinnyberg. The lead is 3 lengths as they come down to the line. Hardin Wildcat, Trinnyberg was never challenged.
Prep for the Kentucky Derby for Trinnyberg. Was dominant in this performance. Derby didn't go so well. He was an outstanding sprinter, though.
Won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Very nice horse, Trinnyberg. Wow. Carrying Tom Durkin, too. I love that.
$1.5 million in earnings. He had won the Swale prior to that Bayshore out of the Woody Stevens. Later that year, just missed in the carry back. And then he ended the year beating the Lumber Guy and Smiling Tiger in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I missed the Summit of Speed. You mentioned the carry back. I always liked the
That
Summit
was
of
fun.
Speed. That was a fun
a good
racing
program.
day.
Was out there live covering it once.
Really?
Sweated through my suit.
Kinda
It was
colder?
incredibly warm.
Yeah, July in Miami is not the coolest time of the year.
This year's edition of the Bayshore, 5 will line up, 7 furlongs, purse of $150,000. And Moplex, last summer's winner of the Grade 3 Sanford, New York bred, makes start number 2 of his 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really think there's much to say that isn't there. He's consistently run well during his career. It's second off a layoff. I don't love the performance of the horse he dueled with down the stretch in their last race, but the horse who ended up winning the race, you see him coming on, soon to be king. He ran a very good second there, so I think it may be more about the national identity than about Moplex. And he's not a horse that doesn't bring his good race no matter when he runs. I think he's a major player in here. How can he not be?
Tactical speed. Think shortening up a touch. That race under his belt. Going to get a much better showing than what we saw in that Gator. You have next door Faster Gator coming in from Maryland. Undefeated, son of Vacoma, 2 for 2. And now he'll make his New York debut.
No, I thought his last race was good. It's like different tactics. He got a very good trip in this race to win, but he's run well in his races. Listen, this is a fairly evenly matched field. I think he's one of the ones that can win.
This off an 8-month layoff, by the way, putting in this big move forward. 82 Beyer speed figure in victory. I got to go back and look. I did not look at the beginning. It says off step slow, and I didn't see how bad it was. But able to do it a little bit differently, winning from off the pace than he did in that debut, too.
Got a good trip. He ran fine. I prefer the horse on the rail in this race, who think he won a Laurel Futurity. It's a little better than that figure makes it look. Dudley Do-Right was behind him. And I'm hoping for a better price than the 2-to-1 morning line.
That is race 8 Saturday card. Hope you join us for our action with that Bayshore over the weekend here on America's Day at the Races. Meanwhile, the 8th coming up to close out this Friday card.
Just an insane price on the bottom.
1-turn mile New York bred maiden special. It race totally changed. 2 huge and obviously an odds-on favorite coming out with a 1 and 2. Material Girl would have been a very short price. With that, Eagle Rising, Christophe Clement, only start came on turf. Dirt debut, and now is 1-9 this 7.
You know, this horse, I think somebody bet $50,000 in this horse in the first flash, which is pretty wild. I had actually picked this horse to beat Material Gal if that one was in. I'm not betting her at this kind of price. This is ridiculous. She's a half to Governor Malibu, who ran for Christophe Clement.
Won the Gander, by the way.
So while that's right. So while there's dirt pedigree, there's also turf pedigree. But this horse took no money first time in the turf, and you would think they would want to win a race in New York. Now, whether or not the horse goes back to the turf, getting back to New York, and New York bred remains to be seen. But the last race probably serves as a prep, and there's not a lot going on, but the board is absurd with that one huge wager right now.
Way, way too short with a question mark. First time on this surface. And, you know, there's the 3 Crimson Queen, who ran at 7/8, then at a mile. Certainly, you know, we don't even know if she has to improve, because we don't know what this 7's going to be able to do on dirt. The Dam did produce a very good one on dirt named Castle Chaos. We'll see if start number 3 maybe can take a step forward for the Bond barn.
Yeah, I thought Full Pour was a little bit interesting as another one. I think Gabby's Legacy is a chance. And listen, I mean, the 7 is a 62 Beyer, which towers over the field. But that was earned in the turf in a non-effort. That figure, the problem is that figure's meaningless, completely meaningless. It doesn't mean anything for today's race, but for people looking at it, they see a speed figure that towers over the field and goes for Christophe Clement. The hope is a New York bred with New York breds against dirt should do well, and I do expect that she'll be tough to beat, but this price is just absolutely insane.
Here's Crimson Queen. So she inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1 and 2 for the James Bond barn.
You would think that she'll be forward in here, but I don't think Eagle Rising will be far away from her on the outside.
Gabby's Legacy with Ruben Silvera.
She's run fast enough in her races that she's better. Her last was a disappointment, though.
2 sprints stretching out to a mile. She was a distant third in the debut, Calissa.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, she seems like the rank outsider in here coming in. She just hasn't done much running.
Start number 2 for Full Pour, trained by Mark Hennig.
We saw Mark Hennig have a horse improve dramatically in his second start in the last race yesterday. Could happen here.
And the 1-9 favorite, Dirt Debut, and start number 2 for the Christophe Clement barn.
Yeah, I mean, the price is ludicrous. I'm not trying to beat this horse, but the price of 1-9 is crazy.
4 minutes to post to close out Friday action here in New York. Let's go down to Paul.
Yeah, and 1-9, and she's playing like 1-9 in a lot of these will pays too. I mean, it's $64 actually in the pick 5 and really low in the pick 4. And you know, she wasn't really bet first time out, but that was against Open Company. Now she's going back into New York bred company. And like Andy said, listen, first race was on the turf, so what are you going to get on the dirt? You know, I usually try to look at the odds the last time the horse ran. Like I said, 15-1 usually means the horse was working okay on the dirt in a 12-horse field. So she was kind of bet evenly, but she ran really well. Now, the assistant trainer was talking to Dylan Davis, said, listen, let her run her own race, keep her out in the clear. We got the outside slot, especially we don't know if she really is a dirt horse or not. Now, I like the 6 in here. You know, that's where I'll land in here because 1-9 is ridiculous. You know, Full Pour looked tremendous. I think this horse will show better speed after just getting left in the gate. I think the Mark Hennig barn's starting to come around a little bit. I love the way this horse looked. And I'll tell you what, Gabby's Legacy looked really good for Tom Morley at 18-1. You just don't see it on paper. But listen, it's going to be tough to beat the 7 if she runs through her works or runs through her last race. But I think the 6 might surprise here at 12-1.
We will see what happens here. I mean, this is borderline lunacy.
Yeah, this is lunacy.
To have Eagle Rising at 1-9 in this race.
Yeah, it is lunacy, and it's one bet, it seems like, that made it happen. And I guess the feeling for a person who makes a bet like that early is that they'll scare other people off from betting the horse. Maybe the price will be better. I can't imagine that there isn't a better gamble than taking a second-time starter, trying a surface for the first time, that didn't do any running first time, at this short a price. It's just not a mindset I understand, but I don't have a mindset that bets on short-priced horses. I picked Eagle Rising. I wanted to bet her if Material Girl was in the race, because then you would have gotten the second choice. But with her scratch and these prices, I wouldn't go near with a 10-foot pole, and I think Paulie's choice with Full Pour is as reasonable as anybody else in the race at 10-1 right now. They're going to go down a little bit because this horse's odds will mitigate, but it's still hard to see Eagle Rising more than 3-5, right?
Yeah.
And even 3-5, you know. I mean, she's the horse to beat, I guess, but you don't know. Maybe she won't run well in dirt at all. I don't know. Sort of wacky.
Dam was a 4-time winner on the grass, did win 2 times on the dirt, including stakes placed against New York Preds. We talked about who she produced, Governor Malibu, who won $665,000, was graded stakes place and did win the Gander against New York Preds. But that's no guarantee that she's going to take to it.
No, not at all. We'll see what happens.
So Dylan Davis, by the way, on this 1-5 favorite, trying to win number 5 on this Friday card.
He might be asking himself, I went to Florida this winter.
Things went pretty well for him.
He did went decent down there. You know, I think that the whole, and I don't mean this, I mean it's a general thing. The whole notion that you need to go to Florida to further your career, I think that ship has kind of sailed. It was one thing 30 years ago when all the big outfits went down there and you want to chase them. It's not the same, and racing at Gulfstream is not what it once was. It's a lot of racing on synthetic, and it's a lot easier now. You just, if you want, you can go down there on the weekends and ride. I'm not saying it was the wrong move or a bad move by him in any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying it's different than it was. There was a time when it was a sort of a natural progression. I kind of wish Richie was sitting here to talk about with us. I just don't think it's time. Look at how well Manny Franco does, and he doesn't go down to Florida. Jose Lozcano used to go to Florida. I remember running into Jose down there 10 or so years ago and him saying to me, I should just stay in New York in the winter. It's better purses, better for me. And now he stays, and look at how well it has worked out for him. So I don't feel like you have to go there anymore to move your career forward. Manny's career seems to be doing just fine staying here. I mean, listen, it's a personal choice.
Yeah.
I don't think it
Part of it, though, right, was getting that opportunity. Mark Casse wanted him to come, said he'd be his main rider there.
Who's he riding the Derby now? Do we know? He's not riding Sandman for Mark Casse, I don't believe, right?
No, but it'll be on Lacara for him.
Okay,
right?
okay. There you go. But he may have ridden her before, right? He could have ridden her. He could have gone and ridden her anyway.
Well, I mean,
She went to Keeneland, and she was back here. So I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to be critical of Dylan. I'm just talking as a general concept. Going to Florida is the next step in your career. I think that was true 30, 40 years ago. I just don't think it's the same as it used to be.
Well, Dylan again,
but it is warmer, by the way, which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, not at all. 5 wins if he can get the job done here on this 2-5 favorite who has many question marks in the dirt debut, Eagle Rising.
I'm surprised the 3 has made herself the substantial second choice in here. What makes her so much more likely than any of the others to get it done in here if you're trying to beat the favorite, right? She's kind of as big a favorite against the others as the 7 is against the field.
A little bit.
I don't see it that way. I think it's sort of wide open. I picked the race 7-4-3-6.
See how things play out in this finale. Chris Griffin with the call of the 8th from Aqueduct.
Kalisa goes in, full pour. Full pour. Hesitates briefly, now goes in. Eagle Rising. Eagle Rising. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Kalisa breaks well from in between horses. Also Gabby's Legacy in the early mix as they're tightly bunched early. At the rail, here comes Crimson Queen, has now put ahead in front. And there's Eagle Rising, is going to be 3 wide here. 4 wide, tipping right around was Full Pour, who wants to be up near the leaders too. It's still tightly packed as they come out of the chute here and hook up with the backstretch. The leader is Crimson Queen. In between horses, there's Eagle Rising, is going to stalk this pace setter now. And just off of them is Full Pour, who's taken back a little, is now back in 3rd. Kalisa broke on top, and the Green Silks is second to last. In the trailer, Gabby's Legacy. They sort themselves out up the backstretch, and Crimson Queen is in front. No excuses, Eagle Rising is engaged right to the outside. That short price favorite is now 3/4 of a length back in second. 3 wide, still Full Pour. Less than 4 furlongs to go. 45-4 for the half-mile time. Crimson Queen is the leader. Crimson Queen is in front. Eagle Rising in pursuit, just encouraged to keep up here with the leader, Crimson Queen, who's holding off the charge of Eagle Rising so far. Full Pour is all in 3 wide. The last 2 have some running to do as Gabby's Legacy and Kalisa. They reach the top of the stretch, and Crimson Queen is trying to sprint away right now. Eagle Rising now straightens up, is coming after the leader, Crimson Queen, who lugs in a touch here at the rail, but is still in front. Can Crimson Queen hold off the charge of Eagle Rising? Crimson Queen still about a full length in front. Eagle Rising trying to run this rival down. Inside the final 16th, Crimson Queen keeps on going. Crimson Queen wins it. Crimson Queen over. Eagle Rising in a photo there with Full Pour. Gabby's Legacy finished 4th in 1:37.76 seconds.
Katie Davis denies her brother a 5th win on this Friday card on the huge favorite. Crimson Queen with the maiden breaking score here, start number 3.
Well, now I know why this horse was the clear-cut second choice. Dead right. Katie gets the win. Frankly, it's the 7 Eagle Rising's lucky she held for second. She almost got beaten for second by Paul's horse, Full Pour, who looked to be done top of the stretch. And I don't know if she re-rallied or the field was kind of coming apart late, but very close for second. But the 7 Eagle Rising held on for second, but no match for Crimson Queen. She just couldn't get by her.
3-7-6. And Crimson Queen, James Bond Barn, Dragon Slayer Stable. And Katie Davis, start number 3, picture time. And that maiden victory here to close out the Friday action in South Ozone Park, New York.
2-5 does not get it done. Crazy price.
Really was. Meanwhile, 2-1 on your winner. Here to close out this Friday action. A lot more to come, still including the feature on this Friday card from out in Hot Springs. But you and I done for the afternoon.
We're done. But we'll be back tomorrow.
We will.
Do it again.
With the Bayshore, among other action. This jockey title going to go down to the wire out in Hot Springs. Christian Torres up 1 as time's winding down over Francisco Arrieta. These two putting on a show out at Oaklawn.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
For a time, as many as 350 major league players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all major league teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. The winter storm of 2021 is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their major league squads for decades to come. Babe Ruth's old stomping grounds, a town with so much character, and the characters who'd frequent Hot Springs, which is like, not that much has changed.
No, absolutely not. What a rich history here. There's so many cool features.
Right on cue. You'll see baseball politics, but there is Magia Nera drawn inside with Christian Torres, followed by a 26-1 shot Wet and Wild, the Ontario bred.
Yeah, who actually improved in his second start, on the dirt.
Tricky Tracky at 10-1. And number 4 here, baseball correction is a 6 Tricky Tracky. There's a 4. Baseball politics claim from Steve Manley by Abel Ramirez Rodriguez.
Yeah, moving up in company, but has good speed, going 5.5 furlongs here.
Quick gelding favored Mean Jakey.
Drop in half from 20,000 to 10 should be very competitive.
There's Tricky Tracky, Manny Esquivel aboard.
No speed whatsoever. I'd like to see things get really heated on the front end.
Now, this gelding's fast, Dance Man.
I thought this horse was really interesting. I like the 5.5 furlongs for this horse. And Walter de la Cruz is a very aggressive rider. If a horse has speed, you can count on Walter to let them use it.
Permafrost typically forward.
Add more speed to the affair, but going 5.5, you wouldn't expect less.
Tiebreaker, the New York bred.
Yeah, New York bred that's more of a closing type. He kind of lost more of his speed recently. Used to be able to kind of lay up in position.
Husker Butch has been spinning his wheels for a while.
Yeah, another horse that just feels like he's getting get back into form. Joey Bellemere coming back from injury. Nice to see him back.
Tim Tall to the outside, second start off the layoff.
And you get Francisco Arrieta. Outside flow in these sprints has been something that has worked at this Oaklawn Park meeting.
$10,000 claimer, sprinting 5.5 furlongs, post time in 3 minutes. Mean Jakey, Acacia, 5-2 on the morning line, now 6-5 for the Asmussens. What's he showing you pre-race?
Well, often when you see a horse that's that short a price, Lafitte, you want to see that they look like that in the paddock, and Mean Jakey does. He definitely physically is a standout, and this is a horse that a while ago Steve Asmussen actually claimed back and has had certainly a fair amount of success with him, knocking on the door against Tougher. So he drops in for the $10,000 today, and it just kind of makes sense versus the way that he's been running and the way the company that he's been facing lately. This is also the third start of his form cycle and off the layoff. He's been in the waiver for the last two, so first time offered for the claiming tag in here as well. So plenty of reasons to think he will likely win and get claimed today, which I imagine was a bit of the thought process in the drop-in class. But he's a big, handsome horse, super fit, completely dappled, framed himself up so well, and he does have some tactical speed. Was pressing wide last time out, and while he took over and then got run down late, I thought he was very game, all things considered, and given the bit of the wide trip that he did have. The number one, Magianira, a horse that I know quite well from up in New York, goes out for David Jacobson, and he also gets a significant drop in class after facing much tougher last time out. He was drawn towards the far outside, and while he was the one that broke slowly, he then just looked so uncomfortable and quickly dropped back and out of that field. Just never really looked like he was traveling comfortably throughout any point in the stretch. He's a horse that I remember getting very hot and sometimes being really energetic in the preliminaries. Not the case for him today. Completely dappled, looked tremendous coming out for the Jacobson barn. He's had a very strong meet here at Oaklawn, carrying really good weight. This drop in class might just help him to find some of his better form and hopefully breaks better, now being drawn towards the inside. The number 3, JJ's Ranger, goes out for Ron Moquette, as this is a horse who ran in a non-winners of 3 race last time out, just trying to kind of get back on track. And he showed some speed that day as well. He's very sharp. He was one of those horses that really got on his toes back in the post parade as well. And he's interesting because he's by Oscar Performance and out of a Majestic Warrior mare, and tried the turf a couple of times, tried going long with him. You would think with his pedigree, long on the turf would kind of be more of what he wants, but he does not look like that at all. He looks like a dirt sprinter, and that's where he's found his best form. I do worry, however, about his last couple of races in the way that he's been able to be forwardly placed without being able to sustain it. When watching him in here and how sharp he is, I just think he's going to add some extra speed. He looks good coming in here, but he is really on his toes, leading me to believe that there should be a bit of a hot pace in here. That brings me to Baseball Politics, another one who should be forwardly placed. But I will say, this is a horse who does come in off of a layoff since December. I'm not familiar with him, but he's strikes me as the type of horse that is a little bit of a handier type. He looks great, very fit and athletic and coming in off the bench. I do think, though, with a race, he could strengthen up a little bit, put a little bit more muscle mass on. But this is one that I thought ran some very good races, albeit out of town, but another one that could add a bit more pace to the party. We'll see how it pays out tactically here, Lafitte.
Right on cue, Baseball Politics. 11-1 outsider, the favorite drawn directly to his outside. Mean Jakey 6-5, and you're trying to smoke out an upset here, Richie. Number 11, Tim Tall at 7-1. What do you like? Why do you give him a shot in here?
This horse has natural speed, but that outside post gives him the luxury of not being forced into the race. And I think he's going to sit a really nice trip from the outside with Francisco Arrieta. The horse came off of a layoff. ran okay, got tired, and with that race under his belt, I think will be a much fitter horse, and I just think he's going to sit a good trip at a decent price.
Bookends from the 11 to the second choice, number 1, Magia Nera. Christian Torres aboard. You were discussing his race record that is of concern.
Yeah, listen, the drop in class may be what the doctor ordered, but this horse has 2 wins, 8 seconds, and a lot of those seconds were races that it looked like he had won and gave them back. He just doesn't seem to want to pass horses. He's more content running with them.
The rail with leading rider Christian Torres by 1 victory over Francisco Arrieta aboard your top selection, Tim Tall. Post time for the 8th, live from Oakland on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Side post, Tim Tao to round out the field. Going 5.5 furlongs here, Tim Tao up to the gate and goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Baseball politics shown rain to get out to the lead with Mean Jakey, who's there. Dance Man in the mix. Permafrost is 4 deep, even farther out. Husker Butch and Tim Tao very deep on the course as Baseball Politics leads the way. Wet and Wild, he's running 5 lengths off the lead. Gap of another 5. The tiebreaker, 3 more to JJ's Ranger with Tricky Tracky. And Magic Nera has been out sprinted early as they round the far turn. A strung out group. Baseball Politics leads the way by a length and 3/4. Mean Jakey trying to get a breather and come back on again. Second, Dance Man under a ride outside of him. Then comes Permafrost, swings deep. He's 3 lengths off the lead at the quarter pole. 4 back to Tim Tao under pressure with Wet and Wild. They're off the turn. Baseball Politics, the leader here. Mean Jakey now asked to pounce on the front runner with 1 furlong to go. Baseball Politics, Mean Jakey. Baseball Politics on the inside finding more. Mean Jakey trying to get by him. Baseball Politics a length and 3/4 ahead. Now it's a length. Mean Jakey lunging after him, but it's Baseball Politics to win it. Baseball Politics hit the home run and defeats Mean Jakey, Husker Butch, and Permafrost, who was 4th.
Gotta love it when a plan comes together, eh? Producer Bobby Klatt. Off the story of Babe Ruth, live shot Baseball Politics. And just like that, at 8-1, Baseball Politics takes down this 8th of 10 from Oaklawn Park.
We come out of a feature about baseball and hot springs, and none of us picked Baseball Politics, who, the only thing that surprised me, I'm not surprised this horse won because I think he was obviously a major player, but I didn't see anybody shaking loose. I thought there'd be more of a scrum on for the lead. Now, he did go 21-4, so he ran, but I just thought he would have more company. And they just ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Baseball Politics with Mean Jakey chasing him throughout.
Holding all challengers at bay, Ramon Vasquez had that 3-win afternoon, I believe, a week or so ago. Riding well, as you've mentioned. We watched him hang with some of the very best this summer at Saratoga, and here with Baseball Politics in a 4-5-10-8 unofficial order of finish, an 8-1 shot, and did so convincingly, and no doubt about a performance.
Yeah, he did it well. Ramon Vasquez, a good rider, has been so well handled by Billy Castle for a long time, and he's really put together a good meet.
Steve Asmussen's put together a really good meet. What else is new here at Oaklawn? But this time it is different. Working with his sons, winning with his 2 sons, Eric and Keith. That's next.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Live coverage, Oaklawn Park on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance, impressive performance. Baseball politics, 10th lifetime win, no stranger to the winner's circle by two-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Sprint winner, Midnight Loot, and for owner, winning owner End Zone Athletics, now one shy of not trainer but owner Steve Asmussen, the chase for an owner title here at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, and you get in a position, you're close to a title, whether it's as a trainer, a jockey, an owner, and you'd like to get it done. Carl Broberg's End Zone Athletics. Carl stepped back from the day-to-day training, but obviously still managing his horses very smartly. And baseball politics didn't see him getting as comfortable on the lead, but he certainly did, using his speed to his advantage.
Finishing well. That didn't feel like a, where's the wire? The favorite's breathing down my neck. He was holding him at bay.
He kind of held him safe through the length of the stretch. I mean, and Mean Jakey ran. He just could not get to the winner.
Baseball politics, again, a 10th lifetime victory. We'll have those results as soon as they're available. Meantime, the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week tomorrow afternoon. You'll see it right here on Fox Sports 2. Oaklawn Handicap, $1.25 million purse, 8 strong. Skippy Longstocking, number 4, the defending champ. 2-1 morning line favorite, number 3, First Mission. Number 2 is Disarm, 10-1 in the morning line to be ridden by Keith Asmussen. You talk about some of the most famous names in sports, famous families in sports. In football, the Mannings, of course. In tennis, the Williams sisters and father come to mind. In baseball, of course, you have the Boones, you have the Griffeys, and the Ripkins. In horse racing, if you follow long enough, you know it is all about pedigree, whether it's horses or human. Such is the case for the Asmussens. For generations and generations, going back decades, nothing but top-class horsemen.
Such a privilege coming from a family of jockeys that they understand the trials and tribulations of being a jockey and what it takes mentally and physically. When I first started, I wanted to ride one race more than anything, and this kind of snowballed into something that has, blown my wildest expectations.
And it's Ian Glass fending off all the challenges, and he'll prevail going away too.
Today, the Asmussens are better known for training thoroughbreds, thanks to the accomplishments of Keith's father, Steve, who was the only trainer to win 10,000 races in North America.
It's impossible to explain how much fun it is. I mean, I've been unbelievably blessed in horse racing, and I think a lot of it is, growing up, my dad rode, and then my older brother rode and stuff. So the excitement of that, and then to get to relive it with your kids is unbelievable.
I imagine he's got an immense source of pride from it, given that he is, other than horses, taught me about everything I know. Grew up around the racetrack, handicapping races. Hometown Arlington, Texas, 20 minutes away from Lone Star Park. Obviously infatuated with jockey as a profession growing up, just having known my father and my uncle and my grandfather, who were all jockeys.
Keith Asmussen's mother, Julie, was an accomplished rider in her own right. She competed in the rodeo event, barrel racing, through high school. And his younger brother, Eric, is the latest Asmussen to forge a path as a jockey. Keith and Eric have already ridden on the same card at several racetracks, just like their uncle and father did at Aqueduct in the 1980s.
It was always, a dream, but I would go as far as saying like a pipe dream of being a jockey. Probably 7th grade, I was about the same size I am now, so I thought I was going to blow right by it.
It was Keith's height and weight that steered him towards a more typical career path after graduating from high school.
Applied to the University of Texas, and I got in their business school. I'm an accounting major. I have a 5 years master's degree in professional accounting. And it wasn't until my junior year at college, when COVID hit, 2020, that when classes went online, I came to work here at Oaklawn, because I'd already, poked my father quite a bit about, is it possible I could ride a race? Before I even rode, my parents made me promise that, once you start, you're not going to want to go back to school. You got to promise you're going to go back to school. And I kept that promise, and I went back for 2 more years, and I got my degrees. And as soon as I graduated, I went straight to the racetrack.
Rivet has won his 3rd straight, and Keith Asmussen has an Oaklawn Stakes victory.
Keith James Asmussen is named after his grandfather, the family patriarch, who rode quarter horses for 38 years. In fact, grandfather and grandson both won a race for Hall of Fame trainer D. Wayne Lucas 54 years apart.
These two to the wire, Papa Rocket.
I love being a jockey. It's such an incredible feeling. There's nothing like the feeling of being on top of a thoroughbred racehorse at full flight. And, you know, when you add the art of race riding, it was such a spectacle watching it growing up and just being so attracted to it, and then being able to actually do it, it's beyond words.
It's been great to follow. And for Eric and Keith, riding for Dad in the combined 6 stakes wins this season at Oaklawn Park. For Keith with 3 different horses, with Eric, nothing but Booth, and more Booth.
Booth's been very good to Eric and the whole team, but I just really love the story. They're 2 really good young men, Keith and Eric. They have such an appreciation for the horses. They understand how much the horses give all of us, how much they elevate us. And when somebody has that deep-rooted, that deep-seated appreciation for it, which has been, you know, the foundation's been laid by his entire family, their entire family, it's so important, and I get a kick out of them, and they both ride a really good race.
And Acacia, for us, how much fun it's been, you know, a front row seat to one of the best stories in the sport.
It really is incredible, Lafitte, and it's true when they say it's in the blood. And to echo Richie's sentiments, not only are Keith and Eric good riders, but they're good horsemen. You know, you see them working at the barns in the mornings, you see them around horses, and I think that that's such an important piece of it. On top of that appreciation, just the true knowledge and the passion for the thoroughbred that a lot of us share. And it was a very cool moment last week in the Count Fleet where the Asmussen boys finished 1-2 on horses for their father, with Eric aboard Booth, Keith aboard Rivet. And I joked with Steve Asmussen prior to the race that he's sending out both equine and human children in this race, and he had kind of laughed and he said it really is amazing, because I remember even when Keith first started riding, Steve sharing how he was more nervous for that than he had been for any other horse than he had running. And for their mom, Julie Asmussen, she says she gets through it with a lot of prayers and the knowledge that they're doing exactly what they're meant to and want to do, and just so much pride for what their 2 sons have accomplished on the racetrack. It's a lot of fun to follow, and I'm sure both of them have very bright futures moving on in the racing industry, Lafitte.
Highs and lows, the life of a jockey. That scary afternoon where both Eric and Keith were injured on the same day, both missing extended periods of time, but back riding well and winning, Richie, and maybe a shot in tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap. And for Keith Asmussen, who essentially did have an option of which of his father's horses to ride in the main event.
Yeah, and I communicated with Keith earlier today about that, and he decided to ride Disarm. He said that he's one of the most athletic horses he's ever sat on, and his work on April 8th, and it's right there, 5/8 in a minute, absolutely won him over. He gets on both horses. They're both doing great. He thinks they both can win, but he just felt like Disarm kind of took it to another level his last work.
Paul and Sarah, so is this just like the feel-good story of the Oaklawn Handicap, or do you give Disarm a chance tomorrow in this $1.25 million affair?
Well, I think you, and I think Sarah, you'd echo my sentiments. I think the horse does have a legit chance, or at least a chance to win the race. You know, only one start this year since September, but if you go back and look at some of his campaigns, you know, he's kind of been a little bit disappointing at age 4. Now at age 5, can he move forward?
He'll need to. I mean, some of these horses that he's going to be facing coming up tomorrow, they're in career best form or seem to be heading that way. And he's one that he has those back races, those triple-digit buyer speed figures that certainly would put him in the mix with some of the top dogs in here. And he's always been a classy individual, danced all the dances, Triple Crown Trail, one of his best efforts, even a second in the Travers back in 2023. And this was a good comeback race, a solid effort for him, going out for Keith Asmussen, as we've discussed. And interesting that Keith got the choice and sides with him, so that's a good tidbit of information that he was able to decide which horse he'd rather be on. And look, he beat Ben Dugan here. Ben Dugan's not a bad animal himself. Before that, he's running behind Hit Show, who would eventually upset that Dubai World Cup. But some of his fastest races are as a 3-year-old, and he'll need that step forward if he's going to compete with some of the other main contenders.
Well, I will say this. The 2 times Keith Asmussen's been on the horse, the only 2 times he's gotten 2 W's, and he's, you know, only had 4 wins lifetime. He needs that ground-saving trip, kind of that he got in the Travers last year against Arcangelo, where he gave Arcangelo all he could handle 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know he can handle the distance as well, getting a little bit more ground to work with. That 1.125 certainly within his wheelhouse, even up to 1.25 we've seen him excel at. Maybe he can kind of put everything all together and string back-to-back wins together as this 5-year-old now, because he's one that he's always had that ability, just a matter of whether or not we get to actually see it on the racetrack.
Yeah, Lafitte, there's been a lot of promise on Disarm. I know Steve Asmussen has been talking about him. And I got to tell you guys, baseball, politics, myself, and then Husker Butch running third, Butch Husky, you know, put those together. Stop being a Dodger fan and watch some Met games, and maybe you would have hit that trifecta.
It all comes together. All comes together. Yeah, baseball, politics. Yeah, in the last race here and paying close to $20 tomorrow with Disarm. What do you think the key will be? What do you think Keith wants to do early on to put Disarm in the best possible position to be effective, to possibly pull off the upset?
Well, I think there's a lot of speed signed on here. And obviously Red Route 1 is a deep closer. The other horse he could have rode, he won the Essex on. Disarm's a little handier, maybe a little bit more forward, but saving ground's critical. And from post 2 going into that first turn should not be an issue. Now, he's earned over $1 million, $1.3 million, right? And Red Route 1, $2.1 million. There's so many Steve Asmussen runners. If you start looking at the money they've accumulated in their career, one after another, even if they're not a huge winning profile, picking up checks in big races, it's pretty remarkable what Steve does.
Tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap, Oaklawn's most significant race for older horses, $1.25 million purse. We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the races. Horses in the paddock for the ninth, 13 minutes out, post-parade brewing, and Storm's home. He's in there somewhere. For the Asmussens, Dad trains, son Eric rides. Looking for the second winner together on the afternoon. That's next.
And clear off. And the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Just in time for the Friday feature. Quality allowance sprint. 3-year-olds and older. Scratch numbers 8 and 10. Rowdy Riot drawn inside the favorite 2-1. 10 minutes out. Number 6, Gates Keeper. Great story behind his name for that. We check in with Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. And Gatekeeper broke his maiden determinedly last time out for Jade Cunningham, giving her her first winner of the meet. But for co-owner Randy Gervais and his mother, it was much more meaningful than that. Named to honor his late father, Randy Gervais Sr., who was also a jockey once upon a time. When he died 5 years ago, he said to his son, look, it might seem like an eternity for you to meet me at the gates of heaven, but trust me, it will seem just like a short time for me, and I'll meet you with my arms wide open. So Randy decided to name the colt by Instagram Gatekeeper to honor his late father. And the hopes are high for a horse who is kind of your atypical sprinter. He's not built like he wants to run short, but because he has those long legs and a little bit more of a scopier type of frame to him, but he does get himself revved up. He's been on the muscle, Jade herself, staying on his head for most of the time here in the paddock, and once they put that tack on him, he really came to life. So seeing if he can go back to back here, facing winners for the first time. Number 9, Storm's Home, as maybe that feature angle comes into play here, but Storm's Home, 2 races on a fast track sprinting are by far his best, including 2 back. When he faced a decent field running second that day, now he comes off of a long layoff. He is incredibly well muscled. He looks about 95% fit. Granted, Steve's horses, they do carry that extra conditioning, but great coat to him, extremely well turned out. And Lafitte, it looks like today he's getting to do what he wants to do best.
Theme Maggie, a family, fathers and sons with the Asmussens, and great stuff. The backstory on Gatekeeper. Some wins just mean a little bit more. That story, father and son, each time Gatekeeper runs, yeah, it's going to take on an entirely different meaning altogether.
Absolutely, very touching story, and you know, you like to latch onto these stories that you can kind of root for, right? Just that feel-good quality to it.
If you didn't have a rooting interest prior, now you do. We'll see how Gatekeeper looks in the post-parade. We start with Rowdy Riot, morning line favorite. Now the 2-to-1 choice, a 3 straight third-place finishes, and then Mo Go at 15-to-1.
Yeah, Mo Go is just going to have to show he can duplicate his turf form on dirt.
Title contender back sprinting today.
Yeah, he's going to need to improve. This is a pretty tough group. Boy, making a nice physical appearance on the track.
Bourbon's Fault, 1 gear, just doesn't really finish.
Doesn't really finish. I don't know that against this kind of company he's going to get the pace scenario he might need.
And Coach Jimmy D, idle since last July, live on the board.
Very live on the board here. Jimmy DeVito's barn has really come to life, and I like the way this horse has picked it up in his works.
Another look at Gatekeeper.
Again, really cool story, and his sprints have been good. His one poor race was stretching out in the Sam Davis.
Pineland, Fernando Jara looking for a second win this afternoon.
I think it's a major player here. Has the 1 race off the layoff. Jaded Anthony at Oaklawn.
Storm's Home, the Asmussens.
Agree with Maggie. I think this horse is playing to his strength, sprinting here, and he gets that good outside draw.
And Putting Eagle to the outside. A scratch, 8 and 10 are out. That's the field, the Friday feature. These sprinters, 3/4 of a mile dash, $130,000 purse. Rowdy Riot, 2-to-1. We check in with Paul and Sarah back in New York.
Thanks, Lafitte. Thanks, Richie. And we'll talk about a couple horses in this sequence as well in race 9, as you got a couple more races at Oaklawn. Sarah Balway and Paul Duca here back in the Aqueduct studios here. And Rowdy Riot is the one horse in here taking a lot of money. First time gelding for Randy Morse. Good trainer here. This is the kind of horse that's, I don't know if you love drawing the rail here, but right now it's taking a lot of money.
He's just been ultra consistent. I mean, I can't blame anyone for making this horse the favorite. He's had a couple of races, low 80 buyer speed figures over his last 4 starts, really. And one of those was a good effort behind Wendelson, a horse that we've gotten to see all meet down at Oaklawn really step his game up, be in raging form, and face off against some of the top horses, running behind horses like Banishing. We'll see tomorrow in that Oaklawn Handicap. Booth, we saw last weekend win that Count Fleet Sprint Handicap. So he's kept some good company and just seems seems to run evenly each time he's out on the racetrack.
And they had the camera on the 6th there, Gateskeeper, who I'm going to come back with here. I just think, you know, a horse that's obviously, we heard the story, an unbelievable story. You're getting 4-1, but the addition of Lasix last time out, this horse exploded, and I love you can just draw a line through the Sam Davis effort, and you're getting 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, he just outclassed, overmatched in that spot, and his only race out of town, too. He's really run well at Oaklawn. He's the lone 3-year-old left in here after a couple of scratches, facing some older horses, and I thought he would sit a nice trip in here. He likes to be forwardly placed. He doesn't need to be right on the lead, and all of his numbers so far fit. He's the one with the most upside potential.
You know, we were going to talk about the 7 a little bit, Pineland. We think that horse has got a shot, but the 5 in here, Coach Jimmy D for Jimmy DeVito, and Mig will tell you that Jimmy DeVito's forgot about more training than we even know about, but this horse has got some solid works to go into. Had some good races last year at Oaklawn, and the Hawthorne Shippers from Chicago, Illinois, or from Stickney, Illinois, have done well.
I like this horse a little bit, and this horse has taken some money in here, too. He's been able to show speed routing or sprinting, especially coming in fresh. I expect that he's going to be forward in here. He's cutting back in distance off that layoff that we discussed, and he has the numbers that fit right in this group, and I think you're getting a nice price on a horse that's making that layoff return with a big work coming into this spot as well.
And the charge for Short Leaf Stable is Pineland, and we'll talk about that gelding. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
Yeah, Paul, I agree with you. I think he's certainly one that has a chance in here. A horse that came off the layoff last time out and I think was really a victim of the post, not being able to show his typical early speed and kind of caught in a bit of a no man's land and forced to take back in there. Ran on a little bit with that effort, but he has gotten very revved up out there on the track, really on his toes in the post parade, kind of jumping up and down a little bit. And I think Fernando Jara opting to keep him with the pony out there in the track, trying to keep him settled. I do think he's going to run better second off the bench, and he's certainly acting like he's going to be more forward today. Hopefully can keep a lid on it though. But then you have the one Rowdy Riot, who is still your favorite, as he was a horse that was off slowly last time out, and it ran on, I thought, actually pretty well between horses, just missing getting second, a game effort in my estimation. He does come back as a gelding. I'm not familiar with him, my first time seeing him, but I would imagine it looks physically like the gelding probably lightened him up a little bit. And sometimes horses and their gelded have an easier time pushing off behind. Hopefully he will be able to push out easier from the gate to get into the race a little bit better than he did last time out. But good looking son of Run Happy, who certainly has run some quick races. But Maggie, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the favorite trackside.
Well, I've actually seen Rowdy Riot before, and I can say that it hasn't really changed him physically, given that this horse has only been a gelding for perceivably a month or a little bit more than that. He still, to my eye, still has that big cresty neck that colts or intact males still have. But I'm wondering if it's because he has propensity to be a little bit of a tough-to-handle horse in his races, and that's why they've opted to geld him, because he just looked as though he wanted to lug in, one of those horses that wants to lay on top of other horses, and a lot of times that gelding will assuage them from doing that. So I like him physically. I've always liked him physically, but hopefully maybe a horse that's keeping his mind a little bit more on his business and running true and straight today. Next, we'll move on to number 5, Coach Jimmy D. As you've heard the guys talk about, this horse taking some money at 6-1 currently, and I echo the praising of Jimmy DeVito. His horses are always well turned out, and they're generally live too. And looking at Coach Jimmy D, you could interpret this spot back in 2 ways. One, could they just be using this sprint to then stretch him out again? Or 2, do they feel like, yeah, he is ready and this is what he wants to do? I almost agree with the latter, because he has filled out tremendously since I last saw him, which was pretty much a year ago here at Oaklawn, and he's so much more robust. And while he might need a start physically from a fitness standpoint, he is sharp coming back here, and honestly built more like a sprinting type. Front wraps do stay on here. Had cotton in his ears, but like I said, he looks like a coiled spring out on the racetrack. And then a horse that is a bit of a long shot in here, actually taking some nibbles, is number 4, Bourbon's Fault. he's had his chances. He's 1 for 12 overall here and hasn't gotten that close in his last few. But now, second time sprinting here for the Aaron Shorter barn. He does get out of the gate slowly. I'm wondering if they can get this horse to just break today. Isaac Castillo climbing aboard, just one of those horses, Lafitte, that my eye just kept going back to. Looks as though he's doing well and thriving, at least heading into this effort.
Positive vibes about Bourbon's Fault. Lots to look for right at the start at this 6-furlong sprint. How does Bourbon's Fault break? And what kind of trip does Rowdy Riot and Rafael Bejarano work out from the rail, Richie? I know you think this is key to his performance today.
Yeah, he's not a speed type, right? So he's going to get inundated with kickback. He's got to find a way and, find live cover. I always liken it to, they hand the halfback the ball, but his fullback's the one creating the holes for him. So he's going to have to be able to work out a trip. And I just think the rail makes it difficult for him at a short price. I was looking more towards the outside horses. I think Coach Jimmy D, particularly with how hot Jimmy DeVito's barn has gotten over the last 10 days and the way he's picked up his pace in his workouts. I thought Pineland was very interesting. I think there's a possibility Pineland could be the one that turns out to be the controlling speed here. And then Storm's Home. I just think he's well placed outside, even though, maybe he'll be better for having a race under his belt.
Storm's Home, like Jimmy D. Last raced at Hawthorne last July. Another look at Pineland, and Acacia mentioned as if he just has to keep it together for a few more moments before they load him into the gate.
Yeah, there's always that, kind of simmering point. You just don't want them boiling over. I was always a great believer, Lafitte. A lot of riders will keep horses as quiet as they can. I always found that was a mistake for me. I was better off letting them get a decent gallop in and then letting them settle, kind of dispel some of that nervous energy and take a breath.
Different philosophies, different methods. And the warm-up, the preparation, all leading up to this moment. The load and post time. And Friday feature from Oaklawn Park. Final check of the tote board reading 2-1, Rowdy Riot. Watch him early. How will he be situated from the rail? All set for the 9th. The feature from Oaklawn. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Bourbon's Fault goes forward into the outside post, Storm's Home to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Mogo stumbled at the break and drops to the rear. Good beginning. No problems from Gateskeeper, who's on the lead here with Pineland. These two share the top spot. Storm's Home behind them, now moving up to come and challenge. These three across the track down the back stretch. Coach Jimmy D is 2 lengths off the leading trio with Bourbon's Fault to the inside. Gap of 2 to Mogo with Rowdy Riot, who broke on the inside. He's now off the rail within 5 lengths of the lead as one runner beat. That's the great title contender as they charge into the far turn. Storm's Home clearing off from the competition with 3 furlongs to go. He's a neck in front. Pineland got a breather. Comes back on again on the outside second. Coach Jimmy D makes his way into third. Gateskeeper shuffled back to 4th on the rail. Rowdy Riot, the favorite, is being pumped upon now. He's 2 lengths behind, under a ride, trying to advance position. Stone with a shot as they come to the top of the lane. Storm's Home, Pineland, and Coach Jimmy D on the far outside. These 3 battling now make it 2 as Storm's Home has lost the lead to Coach Jimmy D. Rowdy Riot trying to come on late, but Coach Jimmy D with a 16th to go is a narrow edge here. Coach Jimmy D from Storm's Home and Rowdy Riot. Coach Jimmy D neck in front, and he prevails. Coach Jimmy D, Ramon Vasquez, another one for him today. Storm's Home second, Rowdy Riot third, tight for 4th.
What rust? Coach Jimmy D and Storm's Home, unraced since last July at Ellis, run 1-2 in the feature at Oaklawn. Coach Jimmy D closing at 7-1 with Ramon Vasquez for Jimmy DeVito. Wow.
Yeah, for trainer Jimmy D, and listen, his barn has really come to life. A little slow earlier in the meet, but every horse he's put on the racetrack over the last 10 days is performing extremely well. Coach Jimmy D said a nice trip, just was able to follow the speed and uncork that stretch run. How about the improved speed from Storm's Home? He was fresh off the layoff. And these two put a lot of separation onto the 3rd place finisher, your favorite, Rowdy Riot, who made a move into contention. I think
being hustled early on.
Yeah, and just not in the most comfortable position down inside. Some horses don't run through kickback as well. Now, he wasn't noticeably climbing, but he certainly was kind of reluctant to run through it. You could see he was almost running with the emergency brake on.
5916. Paul and Sarah referencing reasons that they felt Coach Jimmy D could be live today. Maggie described him as a coiled spring, and he went out and performed accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Jimmy DeVito, terrific horseman, somebody that has been trained in winners for as long as I can remember, and I'm an old man, Lafitte.
Not that old, Richie. And for these horses, again, neither had raced since last July, the exact of 5, 9, 1, 6, 7 to 1 at post time. Coach Jimmy D turns back, storms home in the 9th year at Oaklawn Park. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Live coverage from Oaklawn Park. The hot springs downtown. We had to visit after the hike, mid-hike, Monday morning. Those hot springs, aptly named, man.
Oh, absolutely. And it was such a good hike because it was early. We were up in the woods, then you're down in town, and then you're back up in the woods again. We just, we cut through some side streets.
Oh, yeah. Cut through. 0700 call time.
Late.
Great hike.
Late.
Coach Jimmy D with Ramon Vasquez, second win on the afternoon, and Jimmy D had him cranked up and ready to roll, and Maggie referenced like he's all grown up now, right? Based on that performance, his 4-year-old debut, look out for him moving forward.
Yeah, this was a really big effort for the son of Gormley. Loved the way he looked in the winner's circle. Had his ears straight up. He had the look of Eagles. Jimmy DeVito, over 1,200 career wins from about 8,000 starters. Just a tremendous horseman, and his horses are hitting on all cylinders right now.
Layoff exacta for a buck, 52.70.
a generous exact year for 2 horses that I thought were very, very live.
Coach Jimmy D in the Friday feature on this eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. Speaking of which, when we come back, Brad Cox poised for a big afternoon at Oaklawn Park. Live runners in the biggest races, instant replay in the Bathhouse Row. First mission in the Oaklawn Handicap tomorrow on Fox Sports 2.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
This is my Oaklawn.
Bathhouse Row consists of 8 bathhouse buildings constructed between the years of 1892 and 1923. Area along the Grand Promenade in downtown Hot Springs, designated as a National Historic Landmark District in 1987. Spent some time down there this week. Terrific Bathhouse Row and the influence of one of 3 stakes races tomorrow afternoon. The boys, the 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth with a trip to the Preakness on the line. Automatic berth in the Preakness starting gate. Instant replay number 7. Flavia and Pratt aboard for Brad Cox 4-5, in part because of what he did in this major final Kentucky Derby prep, finishing 3rd, rolling from off the pace in the Louisiana Derby, Richie.
Yeah, just a big effort here. And, here's a horse that 2 3/4 lengths from Tistastic, who is a horse with a real look in the Kentucky Derby for the Asmussens. He's got a closing style. He should get some pace here. I think he's very interesting. And you get Flavia and Pratt, last year's Eclipse Award champion.
It feels like a better than par Bathhouse Row, where the winner would emerge, and you're looking at, okay, here's a horse who could make some noise come Preakness week.
Well, absolutely. And you think about the Kentucky Derby, 20-horse field, always a tough race, hard on horses, there's a lot of body contact. So you come into the Preakness a fresher horse, and he's already shown that he can run well at the mile and 3/16 distance, which is the same distance as the Louisiana Derby.
Trained by Brad Cox, instant replay, odds-on morning line favorite, Acacia and Maggie. A little bit after the Bathhouse Row, the main event, $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap. Brad Cox, the favorite in first mission.
Yeah, and a disappointing favorite last time out when seen in the Razorback Acacia, but it did seem like that weekend, Rebel Weekend, you wanted to be forward, and ultimately that race would play out as more or less a merry-go-round race, as Alexander Helios and Banishing going 1-2 around the racetrack, and First Mission just always stuck in 3rd.
Yeah, he did kind of run in place, so to speak, last time out. And that being said, while maybe tactically he wasn't where you wanted to be in that effort in the Razorback, it has turned out to be very salty group that he faced. He's going to rematch with Alexander Helios. We saw Banishing and Red Route 1 come out of there to win graded stakes. They will get a chance to rematch as well. But First Mission is kind of one of those horses that maybe doesn't always step up into the top tier of the older horse division. He's kind of on the cusp right there. He has the ability of running some of those fast races, but as of yet, he hasn't really quite shown that he's up to that next level. He will have the opportunity now, second off the layoff, and like I said, rematching with some of those other horses, but I think this is the chance where we really get a chance to see how good is he really.
I agree. And last time I thought he looked ready off the bench, but I feel like this entire race, Lafitte, is composed of horses who are kind of that second tier handicap division of horses. So we'll see who can step up and assert themselves in tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap.
Opportunity is there. In First Mission, you sound like you have your reservations as well.
Yeah, I'm just not enamored with him against top flight company. He just seems like he gets a little bit tricky in the stretch, doesn't always have the most focus. Listen, obviously he's very talented. I just prefer others in here that are more proven at the upper level.
Morning line favorite. We'll see how the wagering goes. Paul and Sarah, who in your opinion should team First Mission be most concerned with in terms of the competition?
Well, you make a good point there, Lafitte. Morning line favorite. And I want to ask you first, Sarah, do you think he'll end up being favorite when they spring the latch, or will Skippy Longstocking?
I think that Skippy Longstocking will ultimately go off as your favorite. I just think that overall, his record, he's more accomplished.
Yeah.
He has those faster races on the page in terms of having those multiple 100-plus Beyer speed figure efforts, and I think that he is going to ultimately go off as your favorite when they go into the gate there, especially Ira Ortiz Jr. aboard. He tends to take a lot of money wherever he's riding. Both accomplished horses in their own right, but Skippy's just got more fast races on the page, and he also has the ability to be more forwardly placed, to have the ability to show that good early speed we're accustomed to seeing from him in his title defense here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, First Mission to me, I think is going to get a great trip. And I think the rider upgrade from Flavien Prat, from Florent Giroux to Flavien Prat could be a big key in here. But can Flavien really carry this horse across the wire? I just look at Skippy Longstocking and I think to myself, those three horses ran so darn fast against each other last time and were beating each other up. Alexander Helios, Banishing, Flavien leaves that horse to go to First Mission. I just think Skippy Longstocking has the class. I think Disarmed is the other horse in here. I just think that Skippy Longstocking is going to be tough to beat, and I think will be your favorite.
I agree, and I'm not really trying to beat him. I think that if you do want to look for somebody else, you want to look for somebody from off the pace a little bit more, but of the top main contenders, some of the shorter prices, I think that Skippy Longstocking is the most dangerous.
Lafitte?
The name, trying to become just the third two-time winner of an Oaklawn Handicap. He like attacks Maggie on sight. Skippy, what's not to like?
There's a lot to like, and he's a horse that's versatile. He has natural speed. He puts himself in the game, and he's the biggest money earner in the field at $3.4 million in a field of 8 that features 4 millionaires already.
Last week's program, all about Torpedo Anna, the Apple Blossom, it was terrific. This, top to bottom, a better, stronger racing program tomorrow at Oaklawn. But we're not done with the Friday card just yet. Riders up momentarily. As you can see, horses in the paddock, Arkansas bred maiden sprint. That's next, 14 minutes out to the Oaklawn Nightcap. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
How's your Oaklawn Handicap knowledge, history? Richie, how do you feel like you know the race pretty good?
I would say fair to middling. Yeah, like if it was a New York stake, I'd probably have a better shot. But I've been immersing myself in the Oaklawn Park history a little bit.
Built-in excuse, lowering expectations. I get it. I get it. It's the segment that's sweeping the nation. Stump the analyst. Name that Oaklawn Handicap winner. I mean, if you can't figure it out from 8 for 17 lifetime and over $5 million in earnings, like, do you follow? Do you pay attention?
Wow, second in the Wood Memorial. That Peace Rules.
Close. Really close. Swept the Jim Dandy and Travers.
Oh, Medaglia d'Oro.
Well done. The Peace Rules guess was strong. Same owner, Ed Gann.
Yep.
In the midst of those crafty purchases, where it was Labamta Babe, where it was Peace Rules, Medaglia d'Oro, how good he was. A horse that's also known for the races he didn't win as opposed to the races he did. Second in multiple Breeders' Cup Classics, second in the Dubai World Cup. This Travers, though, at his finest in the slot with Jerry Bailey.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't show the Jim Dandy because I was following him.
I'm glad you didn't show the Wood.
I got him unseated following Medaglia d'Oro. He had afterburners. I couldn't keep up with Jerry's move, and I got hung in no man's land. Javier Castellano came over and put me on my head at the 8th pole on a horse called Iron Deputy for Jimmy Jerkins. But Medaglia d'Oro was shipping back to California after the Preakness to try turf.
That's right.
And I worked him for Bobby Frankel. And I was already riding Magic Wisner in the Belmont. I was second on him in the Preakness. And I told him, if you don't run this horse in the Belmont, you're crazy, because this horse trained as good as a horse can train at Belmont Park. So he put him in the Belmont. Kent DeZormo rode him. He was second to Sarava, trained by Kenny McPeak, who should be a first ballot Hall of Famer this year. And then Jerry Bailey picked up the mount and kind of ran the table over the summer.
A 70-to-1 shot, biggest upset, I believe, in Belmont history, Sarava. Yeah, the Wood, not my old man's finest moment. Coming off the far turn, left the rail open. There's Pat Day and Buddha. Who snuck through on his inside. A terrific stretch duel, a terrific addition of the Wood. Buddha never had a chance to run in the Derby. He was injured, would have been a major player.
Sure.
Medaglia d'Oro stumbled in the Derby. If he broke sharp, like he always did, he would have been right in War Emblem's hip pocket. He was mid-pack, the only horse that really made up any ground in the stretches, like a merry-go-round that day. He would have been right. If he breaks, I don't know that he doesn't win that 2002 Derby.
Well, he proved what an ultra-talented racehorse he was, over time. It's just, the spring classics are so difficult. You get one shot at it as a 3-year-old horse, and it's a huge field. And not only you have to be good on the day, you got to be lucky. You've got to get the breaks as well.
The Peace Rules guess. No, you're very close on your first guess. That was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of immediately, I think I overreacted. I should have maybe been just a touch more thoughtful, and I would have got it on my first guess instead of my second.
Who will win the 2025 edition Oaklawn Handicap tomorrow afternoon? I'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the races. But first, this Arkansas-bred maiden affair, the Nightcap $40,000 maiden claimers. Big field, as it usually is with these Arkansas-bred maidens, and a 5-2 favorite, Dawson James, number 8. Who graduates, Richie?
But these races are handicapping conundrums to me, and I'll side with the public, although I do have some other opinions.
First-time starter. How much fun would Tom Durkin have had with his name? Oink, and then speaking loud by Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, he's had a lot of chances, 0 for 16, but he does have some efforts that would put him in the frame.
Get away with it. Favored in his last 3, second in his last 2.
Yeah, and the second 2 back made me feel like he just doesn't want to run away from horses.
Mandatory mission, Nick Juarez, a mount for Dwayne Lucas in the Derby. American Promise, then Gray Street at 10-1 with Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, just didn't show much on debut. He's going to have to really turn it around.
30-1 on the morning line, just 10-1 Gray Street, and then Kensington Cove and Ramon Vasquez.
I can actually make a tiny case for this horse because he did have some trouble on debut, but he's stepping up in class.
Imo the best, Keen Thoroughbred, blinkers on this afternoon.
Yeah, first-time starter. Second-time starter who broke slow on debut.
Favorite, Dawson James, blinkers on.
His first effort was good, if you can forgive the mud race, and that first race points him out.
Number 9, Lord Hennessy, solid debut. He was bet.
I thought this horse showed really good speed and was in a contested pace. He can improve.
Manny Esquivel.
Actually finished in front of Lord Hennessy, but I thought he had a better trip.
Arkansas by Mark Valesky. Great name.
Yeah, listen, this horse didn't show a lot on debut, but the mare that produced this horse improved dramatically in her second start.
Uncle Tater debuted in the mud, drops in class.
Took no money on debut, but the drop in class could be helpful.
Nice, easy handicapping endeavor. Paul and Sarah to close out the show here at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, these are always really fun. And listen, you got to go for a price in some of these races. And Sarah, I know you're going to reach out here with the 12. Uncle Tater?
It's like throwing a dart at a board, Paul. I mean, you know, you've had plenty of experience handicapping these Arkansas maiden claiming races. And looking at this one towards the outside, Uncle Tater, he actually finished ahead of the horse that's your current favorite right now, the number 8 Dawson James, last time that they met. Maybe he's won. He just didn't care for the off-going last time. He took no money. But he is taking that drop in class, and we'll see what he does over a fast track in here. There's just so much unknown going on that I got to go for a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I do like Lord Hennessy a little bit. I think Ernie Witt is the kind of guy that doesn't really crank his horses up first time out. But I'm going to go with the 10, Go Go Row Row. I think the blinkers helped him out last time, and he ran a good third. He's had some bad draws. So Emmanuel Esquivel takes over for Martin Schwann. So I'll go there at 6-1. Nothing like betting a son of Zong. Maggie and Acacia.
Said only by Paul LaDuca. I love it, Paulie. But while we are going to give a little nod to the best named horse on the card, Oink.
Oink. You gotta love it.
Especially for an Archie bred, you know, go Hogs, obviously. We're going to check in with the favorite first here in number 8. That is Dawson Jones, Acacia, taking that drop in class. The debut on a fast track would win here. They'll apply a pair of short cup cheater blinkers. I don't know. He could win, but I just thought kind of got a little hot in the paddock. Kidney sweat could have looked a bit more comfortable overall.
I completely agree. And also watching his last race, too, in which he never looked comfortable throughout. He was running with his head high, his tail was kind of stuck straight out, caught a little bit wide in there. I'm guessing with the blinkers, they're hoping to kind of channel a little bit more focus and level him out a little bit. But I thought that was always a little bit of a question mark for me, and I agree seeing him in the paddock kind of backed up the way he ran last time out.
We both are interested in number 9, Lord Hennessy. I love a horse that shows debut speed, quick opening quarter that day, and obviously just came up a bit tired. Did take money in that 12-horse field, so often where there's smoke, there's fire, and I thought he still could look a little bit more fit if I had to split hairs, but a horse that I think is a great alternative to your favorite.
I completely agree. And he was drawn 12 of 12 last time out, where he was kind of rushed up to press the pace. And you can understand a first-time starter, big field, kind of fading to 4th from there. But yes, I agree. Maybe fitness, but I think given what he faces in here, to me, he was a bit of a standout back in the paddock.
Number 10, Go Go Row Row, as Polly likes him, showed market improvement with the application of blinkers last time out. Short cup cheater blinker again here today for Lindsay Schultz, looking for her second winner on the card. He was another one just from the overall standpoint I thought looked sensational.
He looked really good, and once they got the tack on and they started going out too, he got on his toes and he started prancing, heading out, which you like to see, as he is one that, as Paul mentioned, he's been stuck with outside posts. Unfortunately, he ends up with another one again today, being drawn in 10 of 12. But we'll see if Manny Esquivel, who we saw be very aggressive early on the card with a horse that typically was really far back. See if he can get this guy into the game a little bit more.
Could not agree more. You know, Manny really riding well with some of the limited starters that he gets put on. As number 11, Arkansas, this is a horse that I liked first time out, Acacia, when he debuted back on March 29th. It was a muddy sealed surface, but just thought that he was going to need one from a fitness standpoint. And today, I am pleased to say that he does look considerably more tucked up than that debut as he gets the drop in class.
That's good news. That's good news to hear on him that he has moved forward. And I think he's a generous price right now on the board for a horse that I know maybe didn't show a ton first time out, but was facing significantly tougher competition than what he finds in here today. And he was another one that was pretty forward in the preliminaries.
Does come back with a sharpener as far as the workout tab is concerned. Just a sharp 3/8. possibly get him to show a bit more speed, Lafitte, than he did in that debut. And let's hope he's a bit more fit as well.
And maybe he found his friends that he can beat the hell out of, as we discussed earlier at the show. Arkansas at 17-1. Lord Hennessy for you, my friend, and Francisco Arrieta. Should he score, we'd have a tie atop the jockey standings heading into tomorrow's program.
I think this jockey race is going to be one of the most intriguing things going down to the wire of this incredible Oaklawn Park meeting. And this horse took a lot of heat. He was head and head in a very fast pace.
Christian Torres, Francisco Arrieta, Rafael Bejarano, Tyler Bacon to the wire. So much fun following this chase for a riding title.
54 days in the book after today, so these guys have been on a pace, basically one win a day for the entirety of the meet. Now, Christian Torres showed great speed. He opened up on the field. Francisco Arrieta, a little bit of a slow start, really got rolling. 26 wins in 11 days. Wow. That's a torrid pace. And Rafael Bejarano's been steady throughout. And then, of course, the story, Tyler Bacon, in a meeting that is not usually kind. 17 years old. 17. I mean, he is a good rider. He's going to continue to improve. Think about how many years of experience he's giving away to these journeyman riders. He's just a newly minted journeyman, if you will.
And how far this is going to improvement and confidence, not only proving that he can hang with the riders in this very strong colony, and as you mentioned, no longer an apprentice, and still continued success right off the bat, which is so important. What everybody is looking at, an apprentice who's winning a lot of races. Okay, let's see when he doesn't have the weight advantage, then what happens? It's important for that success to continue.
Yeah, because if you go a week or two without a win, you're written off immediately. Oh, he was a flash in the pan. He's no good at equal weights. So, I like the fact that he really hasn't missed a beat, has kept his momentum. That's a credit to him and his agent. And listen, there are a lot of trainers, including Wayne Lucas, who are giving him opportunities in stakes races. And apprentice jockeys do not get a weight allowance in stakes races.
Seen a lot of that from the coach in recent years with Keith Asmussen. Rode in the Oaks and Derby for D. Wayne Lucas last year. All the opportunities for Tyler Bacon this winter and spring for D. Wayne Lucas. On handicap, where we've reached post time, they're filing in 2-1. And number 8, Dawson James, trying to graduate in his 3rd career start. One final time on this Friday evening, Matt Ditterman with the load and call post time, race 10 live from Oaklawn.
Waiting for Get Away With It. Get Away With It goes it. Here's Mandatory Mission. Gray Street walking up. Go Go Row Row, post position. Number 11 will be next forward. They've loaded Lord Hennessy, Gray Street, Kensington Cove. Two back, we wait on Arkansas. And to round out the field, Uncle Tater. Here's Uncle Tater, Sammy Camacho Jr. rounding out the field. And he goes in. We're ready to go. Uncle Tater backed away right when he was just about in. Oaklawn Handicap Day tomorrow, 12 races, first post 12:20. Of course, the Oaklawn Handicap goes as race number 11. The Bathhouse Row for 3-year-olds at 1 1/8 could see the winner of that go to the Preakness. Some Preakness implications there. And then the Valley of the Vapors Stakes also on the program for 3-year-old fillies at 1 mile. Still working with Uncle Tater to load into the gate. We'll take Sunday off. And then after tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap card, 2 more weeks for our Oaklawn meeting. Uncle Tater goes in. We're ready to go in the finale. And we're off. Oink drifted inwards at the start. Dawson James on the lead with Lord Hennessy. These two stride together. Go Row runs in the third position, speaking loud to his inside. Kensington Cove gets a few taps on the shoulder to get into it, but he's 5 lengths off the lead. Not that naturally quick with Arkansas. Then comes Mandatory Mission. Get away with it to his inside. Gap of 2 to, in my opinion, the best. Gray Street is next with Uncle Tater. And Oink is at the back of the pack as they go into the far turn. Lord Hennessy, Dawson James, stride for stride. Lord Hennessy on the outside. Dawson James is inside, rounding the far turn. There's a length back to Go Row in the third position. Speaking Loud behind the leaders right now in fourth on the fence. Searches for racing room. Does Speaking Loud at the quarter pole. Kensington Cove is next. Get away with it. At the meantime, he needs to pick it up. Just plotting in place in midfield. They're off the turn. Dawson James in trouble. Dropping out of it. Lord Hennessy has the lead with Go Row. Speaking Loud, it's been a brutal trip for him. Can he find a way between horses here? He's going to get to the inside. Speaking Loud, he's much the best. The question is, can he win it on the inside? Here comes Speaking Loud and Eduardo Gallardo right to the front. And Speaking Loud's going to win by 3, but that margin of victory deceiving. Probably 6 lengths the best there. Still one going away, though. Kensington Cove in the photo for second with Lord Hennessy and then Arkansas.
They always run to form, don't they? Arkansas bred maiden affair. Speaking Loud, 15-1, graduates in his 17th career start as he dives towards the rail.
He was just held up in traffic, no place to go. He was running on top of horses' heels. As a rider, you can't let them catch the horse's heels in front of you. It's like walking off the top step in the dark. You don't know it's there. And Eduardo Gallardo was able to angle back inside. And this horse was full of run despite the trouble. It's a big effort for a horse that was 0 for 16 coming in.
Yeah, it wins going away. How about Kensington Cove completing the exact at 32-1?
It's improved dramatically after having a bit of trouble on debut. Another who was in a dogfight throughout, put your favorite Dawson James away. And the 11 horse, Arkansas, really kind of improved. He was coming with a good late run.
Maggie Acacia like what they saw pre-race. 2-6-9-11. Speaking Loud in the 10th. Oaklawn, who will be speaking loudest after tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap. There he is, Skippy. Looking to go back-to-back in the Oaklawn Handicap. Last year it was Jose Ortiz. Tomorrow it'll be Arad. Not sure if I'm looking forward to him race more or Maggie's AM visit. We're getting her a shark suit.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There he is, speaking loud. In a moment, trainer Jeanette Stanky will never forget a first ever career win as a trainer and had speaking loud ready for the performance of his now 17 race career.
And a big effort here because you just keep an eye on this horse. All dressed up with no place to go. Eduardo Gallardo looking for a place here. You see there he had a steady off heels once, twice, 3 times. Now he's looking to hang out, maybe get a split. There's no split there. And now he's at, wait, all right, the horse on the inside fell away. Now I'm going to make this dramatic move and alter course to the inside. And this horse finished full of run. And that's unusual, Lafitte, particularly lower level horses.
And look at him take off.
To find that acceleration after being held up in traffic like that, this was a big effort, best effort of this horse's life by far.
You know, and whether it's tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap or this just an Arkansas-bred $40,000 maiden claimer for any horseman, for a jockey, an owner, or trainer, you're never, ever, ever going to forget your first.
No, it's ingrained in your memory, in your heart. I mean, good grip, 1980, my first win. Meadowlands, got up and won by a nose.
Like it was yesterday.
Could still remember how excited I was. And they wanted to get me with the initiation and the water and all that, but I was riding the very next race. So I got them to hold off. I won the very next race, too. And then I got away clean. They never got me. So a few days later, I won a race in New York, and they went to get me. So they already got me at the Meadowlands, so I never got initiated.
It's a rite to passage.
Nah,
Blasphemy. Then they still owe you one.
They ain't getting
We'll
me.
work on that. Well, also, we've been working on the stats, the data, the history involving tomorrow's main event, the Oaklawn Handicap. By the numbers, during the Second World War, in fact, first run 1944. Since then, wow, surprising, only 2 horses have won it twice. Skippy will try and become the 3rd. Stakes record, nobody faster than the Preakness winner, California Snow Chief, 9 furlongs in 146 3/5. Most wins by an owner. Also the Apple Blossom leading owner, Alan Paulson, with 4. Shades, cowboy hat, the legend, Dwayne Lucas, 4-time Oaklawn Handicap winning trainer. One of those with 5-time Oaklawn Handicap winning jockey Pat Day. And look at that run in the early 80s, 4 straight. From the Oaklawn Handicap to the Breeders' Cup, the number is 3, City of Light. Most recent, 2018, the pathway to a title. Lawyer Ron and 3 others named champion, Older Horse. And then there was one, and it's fitting, Cigar, the only Oaklawn Handicap winner named Horse of the Year, Cigar and Best Pal, the only Oaklawn Handicap winners in the Hall of Fame. The Oaklawn Handicap by the numbers. So who is next? Tomorrow's running, the 2025 edition, 8 strong, $1.25 million purse. Skippy Longstocking, number 4, second choice, 5-2. Again, trying to become just that 3rd 2-time winner. Last year it was Jose, this year brother Arad. And last year winning this Oaklawn Handicap despite that far outside post position.
Yeah, but he has natural speed. He creates his own trip, so he was able to overcome that outside post position. And if you like a horse and you see a rider take that long, languishing look back that we just saw Jose Ortiz take as he was turning for home, you know they feel like they got a lot of horse underneath them. And then what's become in vogue is looking into the infield to kind of see where the rest of the field's at. I never got good at that. They didn't have those when I rode for the majority of my career, so later on, I wasn't second nature to look at the board.
It is helpful. No rear view mirrors on thoroughbreds. Comparing Skippy today to Skippy last year this time, how would you compare his form?
Well, I think he's coming into this in good form as well. I mean, he just comes off a win at Tampa Bay, which was a prep for
Same as last year.
Yeah, I mean, he was 3rd against White Barrio in the big race at Gulfstream. I think he's coming into it in good form. Listen, he's a 6-year-old. Horses don't fully mature till 5. I think you're going to see a good version of Pippi.
Maggie and Acacia, we can't wait. We can't wait for the barn reports tomorrow morning leading up to the Oaklawn Handicap.
You love seeing me attacked by Skippy, and I can confirm that he is the same Skippy as last year if being next to him at his stall is anything to go by, Acacia.
Yeah, such a cool horse, so much personality, and that's what she said. You know, you've gotten a chance to see him really mature, and one thing to point out as well, given how well he ran in the Pegasus World Cup this year behind White Barrio, his stablemate, once again, I think it was a good sign for him. Last year in the Pegasus, he was eased, he was overheated. He's a horse that does better in a little bit cooler temperatures.
Yeah, and with this breeze here today, I do think that he should be a-okay with the weather here at Oaklawn. The thing that goes against him, though, Acacia, is the presence of several other speed types.
It's kind of a race that's built into two groups. You have horses that will be forwardly placed, which do include both of the Saffie Joseph runners with the likes of Skippy Longstocking and Alexander Helios. You have Banishing in there as well. Does he really want to go this far? But he will be forward. And then you have horses that are going to be the deep closers. Disarm coming from off of it. Red Route 1, who will be in the parking lot coming from off of it. How does the pace play out, I think, is going to be the really fascinating piece of this race.
Yeah, exactly. And if the track is playing any certain way tomorrow, you know, maybe a horse like First Mission, he appreciates the fact that he has those three that might be faster than him, and he's the one that gets the jump on the Asmussen duo. But also looking forward to, as the Kentucky Derby preps are completed, how about a Preakness prep with the Bathhouse Row? Looking forward to that, as instant replay does bring the fastest form into here. We'll see if Brad Cox could be lining up for that second jewel of the Triple Crown.
It's not just that it's an automatic berth to the winner of the Bathhouse Row into the Preakness. This just feels like a much deeper, stronger version of the Bathhouse Row than we've grown accustomed to seeing. Like, whoever exits this is going to be one that you will remember come the middle jewel of the Triple Crown.
I think it's been a great addition to the Oaklawn Park Stakes schedule, you know, especially for horses that aren't going to get in the Derby because of points. It gives them that opportunity, a perfect segue into the Preakness, perfect spacing, timing-wise. And I think it just took a year or two for it to really catch on as people saying, hey, wait, I can really use this as a Preakness prep.
And getting back to the Oaklawn Handicap, Pulp Fiction fans, you've been telling me all afternoon, like, don't sleep on Tarantino.
Tarantino ran too good last time in the Essex. He didn't break particularly well, kind of got shuffled back, then ran into the teeth of the pace, and he was the only speed type that was still standing. I mean, Red Route 1 ran by him, but he hung on pretty gamely. One thing I'm not crazy about, 4 wins, 8 seconds, but he's always there.
Very different. Last week, Apple Blossom, it was about one horse. Deep. Handicap will have it for you right here on Fox Sports 2. Can he go back-to-back? Listen to that music. That just feels like Skippy, doesn't it? Skippy Longstocking out to defend his Oaklawn Handicap title. First Mission standing in his way. The 2-1 morning line favorite will watch the wagering, see where the money goes, who will actually be favored at post time. And Skippy's stablemate, Alexandro Helios for Saffie Joseph. Oaklawn's biggest race for older horses, Oaklawn Handicap, tomorrow.